The first round of the GMT Classical Tournament has been finished, and we had quite an amazing day because three decisive games out of four with black color is a huge result for a classical tournament. So let's have a look at what happened in the very exciting and action-packed round one. So we are going to start with a game of Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the reigning world rapid champion, against Domarayu Gukesh. So here they played it out. Really interesting and topical line of the Sicilians. Sveshnikov, which has been in the circuit basically pretty much since 2018, World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. So here after knight c3, e5, knight b5, d6, the so-called old theory, of course, is bishop g5, but knight e5 has been the hot topic ever since the match. After knight e5 takes, knight b8, white's idea is to create some sort of a pawn majority at the queen side, and black, in the meantime, tries to checkmate white at the king side. So here, a4, bishop e2, all of these moves made quite a lot of sense according to the plan. White wants to play a5 before he can retreat with the knight on c4. However, after a couple of moves, here something went wrong for the Uzbeki grandmaster. He pretty much mixed up a couple of plans. He played c4, knight e7, and now he decided to fight for the e4 square by trading the light square bishops and position the knight on e4. However, even with the first glance on the position, you could feel that something has gone slightly off for white, because you look at the position, his entire queen side is underdeveloped. So here Gukesh was very fast with his action. He played bishop f6. The light square bishops were traded, but white didn't really get the chance to occupy the e4 square with the knight. After e4, the rook has to go away. Bishop e5, very powerful idea. Knight e2, knight f6, queen e2, and now instead of protecting the pawn on e4, here Gukesh sacrificed 2 pawns in a row. He played f3, g takes, and knight h5, clearly hinting at some sort of a big attack at the king side. Think about moves like knight f4, queen g5, queen h4, checkmate on h2, and the white king is now under a direct attack. Abdusattorov was precise with his defense. After knight g3, rook e8, black included all of his pieces in the attack, and the critical first moment arose here. Now, Gukesh already could have forced the draw. After knight takes on g3, h takes, bishop takes on g3, this game most likely would have finished in perpetual check. So this was one of the lines we discussed in the live stream studio, so white has nothing better than to repeat the position. And so does black. However, Gukesh probably felt a little bit more ambitious, and here he played bishop f4, insisting to continue the game, despite the fact that he was down 2 pawns. White made a couple of more precise moves, but you could feel that he was under a pressure the whole time. After g5, rook e4, takes, knight f6. Now finally black started to get to the pawn on h2, so naturally white tried to escape. King f1, another precise move from black, bishop g3, take it, queen e4, threatening with queen h1, threatening with knight g4, knight e5. Abdusattorov remained to be precise, knight g4, queen d3, the only move, queen e5, and now, after leading a very unpleasant defense for most of the part of the game, here the Uzbeki grandmaster made a mistake. What he should have done, he should have played bishop d2, which is a pretty difficult defense to find and doesn't really matter what black is doing here. For example, rook takes on h2. White somehow keeps the balance. I mean, this was really difficult defense to find. Here in the studio also was Vishy Anand, the former world champion. He didn't see this move. He also felt that queen d4, queen f5, queen d3 could be the way to continue the game. However, after a couple of repetition of the moves, here Gukesh was able to find a very powerful sequence. He took on e3, queen b1 check. Now here the king is forced to defend the pawn on h2, and after this very unpleasant check, queen c2, now naturally white cannot play queen f2 due to the rook takes on h2 check. King f1, now due to the perpetual check threat, black here played rook f6, eliminating perpetual check, and already it was quite apparent that white is suffering. Now, Anand here was suggesting to play h6, which felt pretty natural. Queen takes on h2 also is a move. Queen g2 probably also is a move. But here Gukesh found something else. He played queen b1 check, king d2, and king f8, pretty much eliminating white's chances to deliver a perpetual check. Now, Nodrbek, of course, tried to find some resources. However, to defend against two heavy pieces, hunting the black king was too much for white. So the game finished pretty quick that in the end, white already is forced to give up the queen. For example, king b3, you could play here either rook d2 or rook e1, and in the end, white will have to give up the queen, which essentially should mean the end of the game. Now, the game number 2 was also another decisive result, which was Lekwang Liem against Gata Kamsky, and it started with a really interesting queen's gambit accepted. Kamsky very quickly tried to sacrifice back the extra pawn, so the game reached a highly interesting and theoretical variation. Black kept the pawn, however, white was slightly better developed and had a pawn majority at the king side. So after some of the moves were made, you could feel that definitely white is enjoying some sort of a compensation, but black never really felt like he was in the danger. After bishop e6, knight e4, take, here, Kamsky made an excellent decision. Now, he would love to play a5 to bring the rook in the game, but that would allow to respond white with b5. So that's why he played b5, very committal choice, and after queen b3, a5 now was possible. Now, white has to take on a5, otherwise the pawn on b4 is going to become a weakness. So after a couple of moves here, rook a5, knight c5, rook a8, white played e6, f6, and now we couldn't properly evaluate this position because it felt that definitely white has a very good compensation. Probably Lekwang Liem felt the same. However, he failed to come up with a probably decent continuation how he can prove where exactly lies his compensation. He played queen d1, which probably was a good move because he's threatening to win back the pawn on d4. However, Kamsky found a brilliant resource. He played d3, offering the queen trade because the white pawn on a2 also is under attack. So Lekwang Liem decided to decline. He took with the knight. And now, suddenly, all of black's pieces jump to action very fast. So knight e1 already seems to be necessary. Queen f5, already here it became quite apparent that black is simply better. Couple of moves continued, h5, h4. Here, Vishy Anand after the game was suggesting why did not play rook c5, which indeed felt to be the strongest move in the position. But here, the Vietnamese grandmaster made a major mistake. He played rook e4, targeting the pawn on h4, not only not blundering rook takes on a2. Because queen a2, queen e4, white gave up a pawn for nothing. So here he had to play queen g4, and now white had to endure a long defensive game. Rook a4, Kamsky tried to simplify the matters, and in the end, we reached a position which the former world champion Vishy Anand would say that probably white has more drawing chances than black can win the game. After a couple of moves, the critical moment arose here. f4, naturally, white tried to trade a couple of pawns, black activated the pieces, and after knight f3, king f6, the critical mistake, rook c4 by Lekwang Liem. What he should have done is either rook a5 or rook a6, keep the rook active, and try to press the pawn on c7 and maybe trade pair of knights and make the pawn on g5 as the target. Rook c4 seemed to be an active move. However, after rook a8, suddenly black had chances to bother the pawn on g2, which suddenly is quite difficult to defend. So, after rook c2, rook a4, white now had another problem. The pawn on g4 is very weak. After a couple of moves, black was very precise. He conquered the second pawn, and in the end, the position already was technical, and Kamsky was able to convert the game quite convincingly with a very nice trick in the end, rook a1. So white cannot really take on h2 because rook a2 check wins the game. Otherwise, black just promotes to the queen. Really, really impressive game for Kamsky, who had a very disappointing rapid tournament, finishing only half a point out of 7. The third decisive result, and again with the black color, was Arkady Naidich's amazing game against Salem Saleh. So they played out a Ray Lopez, which appeared to be quite peaceful from the start. So all of this has been played thousands of times before. However, 97 is a bit rare move. So here, according to Nadic, who said in the postgame interview, of course, d4 is the main move here. He felt that d3 perhaps is not the most ambitious move. However, it should be perfectly playable. After knight b6, bishop e3, both sides developed their pieces. White was clearly hinting at some point to play d4. That's why Nadic's knight on b6 and on a5 felt like perfectly placed for some action to land the piece on c4. After knight c6, knight g3, rook e8, there was a lot of maneuvering. Both players finished development. So the first critical moment arose here. Perhaps d4 was a bit too early. What here Salem Saleh could have done, he could have postponed the decision to play bishop b1. However, he also needs to watch out for black to play d5. So after d4, bishop c4 was a very interesting move. Also, Vichy Anand in the studio was wondering why didn't play queen d2. However, after queen d2, bishop takes on a2 could be at some point causing white some issues because b3, c4, the bishop on a2 is not really trapped. Either way, the game would be really complex. So here, after bishop d3, take it, rook d3, here Nadic felt that he can take over the game. He took on d4, he takes on d4, c4, and knight b4, not only establishing a potential weakness, a potential target on a2, but clearly hinting at knight d3. So either way, white here should have done something else, like perhaps b3 immediately, or try to land the piece on d4, like d5, knight e4, or somehow try to combine these ideas. But something started to go wrong for Salem. Here he started to make not perhaps the most precise moves, knight h2, rook f1, b3, and f3. So clearly here we look at black's last move, h5, black is threatened, play h4. The pawn on e4 is under attack. So after f3, queen h4, suddenly this knight has nowhere really to go unless you want to play knight h1. So here Salem tried to complicate the matters. He took on d3 and played queen d2, clearly hinting that after queen takes on g3, he can play bishop f2, and the black queen is trapped. Of course, black didn't fall to it. He played d5. And actually, in the postgame interview, Nadic was not very happy. He said perhaps rook c8 was stronger, threatening directly with rook c2, because here after d5, bishop f2, queen e7, e5, the game already was not so clear. And he was right. So here after rook c8, queen d3, queen c7, now black is threatening to trade queens. So after queen d2, knight e7, here probably white slightly overpressed. There was already about the time trouble for both players. Maybe white should have tried to push f4, f5, but with the queen on e3, here white decided to go all in and sacrifice another piece to expose the black king. After g takes, queen g5, bishop g7, what it appeared to be a dangerous-looking attack. However, black was very precise. Queen c6, queen g6, queen e4, rook c6, and already you could see that white's attack is not happening and black simply has an extra rook. A couple of moves later, Nadic decided to simplify matters. He gave up the rook but offered a queen trade. Bishop h6 would allow trading queens. Bishop takes on h6, black would have just an extra piece. So understandably, white tried to complicate matters and tried to get at least some practical chances. However, he never was given a chance because black remained very precise, found a way to simplify the position. White continued, seek some chances, but in the end, white simply ran out of pieces. So in the end, yeah, White had to resign. So really, really impressive game by Nidich. And the final game of Vincent Kammer against Andrei Yesipenko, it was rather peaceful, which started as already. It switched to the Catalan, Queen c4, Bishop g5. This is, again, a very topical line. Here, Vincent decided to try for the game b4. Very interesting idea to push b5, question Black's low square bishop's placement. Yesipenko played bishop d5, take it, queen b3, c6, and e3, essentially reaching a cast path position where White is aiming for b5, establishing a weakness on c6, while Black should do something at the king side. After a couple of moves, White was trying to understand which is the right moment to push b5. Yesipenko was at the same time trying to meet b5 perhaps with c takes, a takes, a5. The game was really tense, really interesting. h5, h4 perhaps was not the best decision for White because suddenly after knight e4, White needed to watch out for some sacrifices on f2 or g3. Also, g5 might be a potential idea. So here after b5, take, take, rook a3 was a very interesting resource by the Russian grandmaster. And after queen b2, we're already wondering perhaps some sacrifices like knight takes on f2 are already working. In the post-game interview, both players confessed they were not really sure. Of course, they saw this idea, but Yesipenko, of course, said that a piece is a piece. He wasn't sure about this continuation, and that's why he just took the pawn on b5, with the idea that queen b5 is met by a fork. After knight e5, Black could have kept perhaps slightly better chances here, having he played knight f6 with the idea to play b4. However, after a couple of moves, the position simplified, and in the end, we got the following endgame. So White won back the pawn on a3. Black has a weakness on c6, but since this is a rook endgame, Black eventually managed to equalize the game. So the final moment arose here, final trick. So White is threatened with rook e7 because f5 is impossible, and king f6 allows to play rook a6. So Yesipenko decided to sacrifice the pawn on the spot. So c5, rook c4, and king f6, claiming that the white king cannot join the action because at any given moment, king f1, Black plays rook c2, and the king can never come to help the passed pawn. So here, White decided to sacrifice a pawn to get some practical chances to activate the king. However, Black was pretty precise, and after a couple of moves, the draw was agreed. So in the end, what's the results of the first round of a classical tournament? You see, it's actually quite surprising. 3 wins for the black color. Gukesh beat Abdusatorov and is about 1 point shy of reaching 2700 level ELO club, being only 16 years old. Major result for the Indian grandmaster. Kamsky managed to come back after a very disappointing rapid tournament, scoring a victory with black against Likwang Liem. Yesipenko Kaimer was a good draw, and Nadic played the perfect game against Salem Saleh. So here you see the rankings of the classical tournament. Of course, Gukesh, Kamsky, Nadic, they lead the classical tournament. But what is really important is the overall rankings, because Yesipenko has taken the lead in the overall rankings. Once again, to remind you, it's 3 tournaments, 3 different scoring systems for the classical, rapid and blitz. Yesipenko leads with 11.5 points and is trailed by Gukesh and Likwang Liem, half a point behind. The action will continue with round 2 of the classical tournament. There also is going to be a blitz tournament. Action in Biel is only heating up. Hope you like it. And don't forget to come back for the live stream schedule, for the live stream of round 2, which every day starts at 2 p.m. Stay tuned. Greetings from Biel, because here we have round three of the Grandmaster Triathlon of 8 invited Grandmasters. The action in Biel is already ongoing for several days, and here today with you, your host will be Angelika Volkova. I'm Grandmaster Auto Nations, and we have another exciting day ahead.
Yeah, welcome everyone to the 55th International Chess Festival here in Biel. Yeah, it's already the second round for the GMT players, and it's actually the third round of the Masters tournament. So everyone is playing together under the same roof in the same hall. We are having some amazing games today in the Grandmasters Triathlon tournament. So maybe let's check the pairings for today.
Let's do that. So here you see, this is going to be a really exciting day, like every single day, I guess. So Gukesh, today, he is on his quest, not only to become the sole leader of the GMT tournament, but also become one of the youngest players in history to reach 2700 ELO, because you remember yesterday he beat up the Satorov with the black color. Now his live rating is 2699, so today we might be witnesses of a historic moment.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very exciting for Gukesh, and of course he's looking forward to it, as he said already to us during the opening ceremony. We have another pairing, Andrei Esipenko, who is the leader right now with 11.5 points. Will play against Saleh Salem today. Also a chance for him to try to keep the lead in the tournament.
Yep, and also Gatakamsky, one of the yesterday's winners with the black color, and really so to speak, very unfortunate event for him in the rapid tournament. Yesterday he won with black, 4 points for him, giving some chances in the overall rankings. Now, today he plays against Vincent Keimer, who yesterday finished in a draw.
Yeah, and we are having another backup, the Satorov, facing Le Quang Liam, who both yesterday experienced some pretty upset result, losing their game. And actually, Le Quang Liam lost, just by blundering, so to say. He was kind of in okay shape, but after the blunder, Gatakamsky just overtook the game.
Right. So the final matchup of the Satorov Le Quang Liam, right? Very exciting day ahead. So perhaps let's very quickly check what is the tournament system before we move on to the games. So here you see it's total 28 games that count for the overall score of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So it's the classical tournament, it's the rapid tournament, it's the blitz tournament. We already had rapid. The blitz tournament will be held in a couple of days. Today we have round 2 of the classical tournament, and let's check what is the scoring system.
Yeah, we are having very amazing scoring system here in Biel, and it's one of the most unique events, I believe, because of the 3 sets of the tournament, and for each part there is a unique scoring system. In the classical, which is of course the most important part, there are 4 points for the victory, 1.5 points for a draw, and of course 0 points for a loss. In the rapid, we already had that event, 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 point for a loss. And Blitz tournament, which will happen in a few days, there will be just normal scoring system as in chess, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
What it makes it really exciting, of course, that it doesn't really matter if you win one of the tournaments, because it's the overall score which matters. So that's why everybody is going to be pushing really, really hard for victories here in the classical tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go back and check what is a time control. So current event, current set is a classical, so we have very long time control. We have 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. Afterwards, the players are getting 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, till the move number 60, and plus 15 minutes for the rest of the game after the move 60. And also, on top of all of this, there is additional time of 30 seconds per move, starting from move 1.
Right, and also it's quite important to mention why they are here. Of course, it's the hospitality of the Biel city, but it's the prize fund, which of course always attracts the sharks. And you see in the GMT tournament, the prize fund is over 30,000 Swiss francs, 10,000 for the winner.
Yeah, very exciting, of course. And maybe we can look also the previous winners of the previous years, which we had here in Biel.
Right, so let me
okay.
try to find that. So here you see, here's the previous winners. Really, really notable list. I mean, I would actually say it doesn't even get better because we have the former winner in 2011, current world champion Magnus Carlsen, Fabi Caruana, the World Championship challenger, MVL, the chess legend from France. Players like Gata Kamsky, who is also this year, Wojtaszek, Vidit Santos Guirati, Mamedjarov. You look at the winners of the MTO Open Tournament, and the winner list is really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. We have here the 2021 winner Saleh Salem playing now in this Grandmaster Triathlon tournament. So basically, with that victory, he secured the place for this with this edition of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Right, and here once again to remind you the streaming schedule here from Biel. Again, we just got one rest day this Wednesday, so today is round 2, Friday. We are following the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament. We'll try from time to time also have a peek what's going on in MTO Open. Our priority still is the GMT tournament, and then on which day it is? I believe Monday, we are going to have a shorter stream, but then exclusively we are going to follow the MTO.
Yes, and Grandmasters will have some break because they will have on Sunday, they will have the Blitz edition of the Grandmaster Triathlon, so they will still need some time, to try to get back and try to refresh their knowledge about the classical chess.
All right, so let's go back to the action. The camera's a bit lagging, but you're going to see them in a moment. So there you see, that's Domarayo Gukesh in action. So I guess we are going to start with the first game, and it's the Bogo.
Yeah.
Bogo Indian defense. All right, let's check it. Do you play it?
No.
No?
No.
All right, all right. Actually, I'm a bit surprised to see it being played because Bogo Indian sort of doesn't really have that great reputation, but I guess for element of surprise, it can be chosen at moments. So knight b to d2, what's the big point, of course? I mean, white is, as usual, after d4, trying to grab the center, d4, c4, you already know how things go. You try to grab a lot of space. Black tries to counter it. Now, here's the thing after bishop b4. Why knight d2? Why not knight c3? Why not a bishop d2? Because if white plays something like bishop d2, in general, black is quite happy to play queen e7. Now, we cannot immediately take it because the pawn might be lost in the process. And at some point, black wants to take on d2 and play d6, e5, among all other ideas. And now you see this dash with bishop on e7 has been traded. And that is one of the ideas of the Bogo, to trade the bishop before black can play d6, e5. And now we go back to the idea, why knight e2? Because you look at this position and you're like, what is this knight doing there, right? I mean, it's not doing anything. It's blocking the king. It's blocking, I mean, not the king, but the bishop. It's looking awkward. But white wants to play next a3. So let's say if white plays short castle, we play a3. The bishop, not really sure if he can retreat to e7 because white can get really ambitious in the center, establishing quite a serious space advantage. But if after a3, black takes it, probably white is going to recapture with a queen, positioning the bishop on the long diagonal and establishing the bishop advantage.
Yeah, and I think important is to mention that knight c3 would be not that good move to play because it would simply, in a way, transpose to the Nimzo Indian with some strange knight on f3, which usually is not really belonging there.
I'm really surprised by Arkadiy's choice. You know, I have played this line a couple of times with white. I always enjoy it, but maybe that's the reason that I'm a bishops person, mainly. I've always been. I like two bishops. I like the fact that in the long term, you can get an open position. And of course, in open position, you already know that the two bishops are stronger than two knights. I cannot really imagine for Arkady here playing bishop e7, because once again, e4 could be a problem. And of course, I mean, something like this might be playable, but I think black is not really interested to give white so much space.
Yeah, I also think so. I believe that most likely the most challenging will be to take the knight and to basically to have an extra tempo.
Yeah,
With that?
but Yeah, so a3, black is going to claim that a3 is not really contributing to white's position. Now, after bishop takes on d2, which most likely is going to continue, I'm not sure what's the modern theory here, because bishop d2 is completely fine, I guess, but queen d2 and either b3, b4, bishop b2, and then depending on what black is going to choose, either e3 or g3 makes perfect sense for me.
Yeah, and also I believe actually Naidic is working on some course right now about Bogo Indian, so
On Chessable.
I guess so, yes. So I think he knows.
That's I didn't know. That's I didn't know. Of course, Angelica, you should know because you're going to be one of the latest authors of Chessable. I also have written a couple of courses there. But yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know about that.
I was checking the list of the courses which are upcoming, and actually he was there. So yeah, he's kind of an expert then.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually pretty interesting because, when it comes to authors, also Chessable, there's various sites which concentrate on producing full repertoires. The authors want to test those things because, for example, I've wrote 2 Chessable courses and I just want to test them as well myself, right? Because I invested so much energy and maybe sometimes some of the lines are perhaps not according to the modern theory the best ones, but they're really interesting, and I want to check if my analysis was good. So I can perfectly imagine if Arkady has, like you said, invested so much time in writing this Bogo course, then definitely he wants to test how it feels actually on the board.
Absolutely, and for example, once the course is published, he can claim, aha, I played, I already had some games in it, and okay, in case he's succeeding here against Gukesh, I mean, that would be pretty exciting news for his course.
Right, okay, I think what we are gonna do, now we are gonna make a short roundup, check every single game. After that, of course, we can look back. How did they play in the rapid tournament, the Just 960 section? So let's move on. And the second board on the list is Andrei Yesepenko against Salem Saleh.
Yeah, so we have a matchup of Andrei. I mean, Andrei was leading in the rapid tournament. He was about to win it. And yesterday, he got maybe some chances against Vincent, but Vincent was pretty solid, so they played a draw. And Salem, unfortunately, somehow everything didn't work out for him since the opening. So we will see how he managed to play it today against Andrei. I believe it's pretty, uncomfortable for him, and also facing with black pieces. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess we are going to see. I'm pretty sure that this will be an exciting game because Salem Saleh's games are never boring, really. So he always finds some action. Yesterday, it was a bit painful, actually, to watch him because in the final moves, you could see that he's clearly unhappy with the result because he kept playing this final position. But of course, he was fighting until the end. But I think that Naidic played nearly perfect game, to be honest. I mean, from the start, he had this very interesting idea. You probably remember from the other yesterday's live stream or the recap, very interesting complications arose again after the Rai Lopez, and Naidic was just the better player yesterday. But for Yesepenko, he had some chances quite unexpectedly, dare I to say, because initially against in his game against Vincent, we were not really impressed about his chances, but then suddenly Vincent made some perhaps not the best choices, and it wasn't really so clear anymore.
Yes, after some inaccuracy, what Vincent played, Andrei could manage to win a pawn, but okay, after some complications, it all came to the rook endgame, which was drawn. You already saw everything about it in the recap, but just to remind you one more time.
Do you believe, Angelica, all rook endgames are drawn?
I believe, there is such saying that if you're playing, or when someone is saying, if I'm playing with a pawn up, it's a draw. If I'm playing a pawn down or rook endgame, it's lost. So
this I've heard as well. All right, let's check what's happening here in Yesepenko's current game against Salem Saleh, Rai Lopez. Long history of this variation. Short castle. Yeah, so here, once again, just very shortly, if you are not an e4 player, white pretty much never wins the pawn on the spot, although the stretch somewhere is. Black plays queen d4 and wins the pawn on e4 and has the 2 bishops with a healthy development. So that's in a nutshell why white, at least not immediately, tries to snatch the pawn. However, here, after short castle, the pawn on e4 is indirectly defended due to rook e1, and suddenly white has some ideas to target the black rook. Bishop e7, the pawn on e4 is indirectly defended. The pawn on e5 is indirectly defended. So after d3, the threat to take on c6 is real. So black plays b5, short castle, and a4. Look at that. I mean, this is interesting because it seems that Yesipenko is not really interested to play the marshal.
Yeah, very interesting. So immediately he's playing a4.
So this is the main theory, b5,
Yes.
bishop b3, short castle, and for many years, c3 has been tested, right? So white wants to grab space, but I already would pay attention to the black's last move. So black plays b5, bishop b3, and look at this. I'm sorry, here. Instead of, let's say, rook e1, b5, bishop b3, and short castle. Why this is so tricky? Because sometimes black plays d6, sometimes black plays short castle. So clearly after short castle, black keeps an option to play the marshal. So white plays c3, d5, take it. White wins the pawn on e5. However, black is very active. So this is usually how black plays. The current reputation is that in the marshal, black is doing really good. So I mean, sometimes white tests it, but the general philosophy and the general understanding of this position is that black is doing great. So that's why ever since some new variations have started to emerge, and look at this. I mean, here, once again, going back to the current position, Yesipenko plays d3, which some time ago used to be, I mean, something like not a very major move. Now, this is one of the main theories here.
Yeah, very interesting set. Yesipenko is actually using this in his game here, and he doesn't want to play it. He doesn't want to allow ideas of d5 and just controlling the center.
Actually, here, black still has the ideas to play d5. I think we saw it in game one of the World Championship match of Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'll try to remember. I think it was h3. Okay, I'm not so good with my memory. d5 takes, rook e1, and it was a bishop b7. So the idea was to win the bishop on b3. Okay, maybe I slightly mixed up the order of the moves, but this was the first game of the World Championship match. And yeah, Magnus was playing with black and pretty much comfortably managed to get a good game. So a4, this is like against any martial ideas, because normally something like rook b8, takes, white can play knight c3, knight e5, and somehow this a file is in favor for white.
Yeah, very nice. Immediately attacking in on the side, attacking the pawn chain, b5, a6, challenging it with a a4 move, and afterwards also playing knight c3, right? So basically there is a square for the bishop on a2, so no c3 is needed, so knight can go on c3.
It's actually, quite interesting because in Raul Lopez, there's the general belief of all the players that the Raul Lopez bishop is a sacred piece. I mean, you want to keep it at all costs. For example, let's say short castle, I'm going to make some random move, let's say, something like h3. h3, d6, and I don't know this. And I play something normal like knight c3 or knight d2. Let's say knight c3. And the black plays knight a5 and eliminates this bishop. And again, the idea is that if he eliminates this powerful bishop, then in the long term, black is a happy person. Because any single breakthroughs in the center gives black the two bishops and activates the light square bishop. So that's why the trick is, as soon as black plays d6, white watches out for knight a5 and plays either a5, a3, a4, or c3.
Yeah, because pawn on e5 is still under attack by the knight on f3, but here we can see that clearly black didn't want to rush with this d6 idea because there was still an option for d5. So now bishop d5, basically.
This is interesting. This is a sacrifice.
Basically.
It's sacrificing one pawn, it's sacrificing a second pawn. So maybe let's very quickly check. I'm pretty sure this is a theoretical line. So let's say I'm going to take it. Most likely black is happy to eliminate this bishop, doubling the structure. Take it, something like take it, or maybe
Knight
the bishop,
b5,
not really
yeah.
sure with what, right? Knight e5 and d5. So this is usually the idea, right? I mean, it really depends the execution, but that's the idea. And suddenly black is incredibly active. Maybe first, of course, I could play b4, first push away the knight, knight a4, not so good, knight e2, d5, and yeah, it could be really tricky.
Yeah, the center is getting opened slowly, and also this doubled pawns on the b file and two bishop advantage. I think it fully compensates the pawn on b5, which was taken. Yeah, or in e5. Yeah.
And I guess also knight e5 is pretty much the same, right? I mean, without including knight 8 takes on b5, I think I'm going to take it. I'm not so sure about this b4, but still the idea is to push at some point d5. And something like this would be a nightmare for white because, I mean, look at this, bishop on b7. This extra pawn on b3 doesn't really feel, and black gets a lot of activity.
Yes, quite a nice compensation for the pawn. So that's why bishop d5 was actually played, so no pawn was taken.
That's a very interesting move, by the way, because
Not bishop a2, but
yeah, I
bishop.
thought bishop a2. Yeah, bishop a2 felt the standard choice. Sometimes black plays something like b4. Now, there could be knight e5, there could be knight e2. And one of the core ideas of Doral Lopez, often black sacrifices the pawn like this, b3, with the idea to try to imprison it with c5. But of course, I mean, the pawn on e5 is also under attack.
Yeah, very interesting idea. So maybe that's why Andrei is going for this bishop d5. I mean, very interesting. So what happens if knight takes on d5?
I guess knight e5. And white is trying to prove that this black knight on a5 doesn't do much, right? Because it's out of the game. So, of course, as you already know, mostly on the edge of the board, every knight is basically half a knight, right? So, I mean, black would be happy to take on b3. So, bishop d5, c6. I guess black was not really happy to enter this position. Let's say d6. I could play b4, knight b7. And now you look at this knight on b7. What's it doing there?
Yeah, and unfortunately there are no ways to remaneuver it nicely. I mean, you need quite some, so many moves like knight d8 and open everything and remove all the pieces. Like, yeah, it's indeed tough to find even the place, not even to find the way to that good square for the knight.
Right. So that's the reason, I guess, why black decided here to play c6. Bishop a2 and queen c7. I mean, this is not a very usual position, I'll tell you honestly, right? So this bishop d5, bishop a2 maneuver is not very usual. Black typically responds with white typically responds with bishop a2 right away. However, after any b4, knight e2, knight g3 most likely is something we are going to see in the game.
Yeah, of course, white should try to remaneuver that knight because it feels it's restricted there on c3 and not really doing much.
Let's move on.
Okay, let's move on. Yeah, maybe do you have some statistics about their...
I think we're going to check them a bit later, right? I'm going to make a roundup. I'm making a bit longer roundup than I intended, but yeah, let's check first all the games, then we're going to come back, and then again we are going to come back. It's going to be a very, very long time control here.
Sure. So we're having Gata facing Vincent with white pieces, and
What is this?
What is this happening?
What is this opening? Just a second. I'm curious.
So
how do you get this position?
e4, c5, knight c3.
Knight c3, d6, and bishop c4.
So it's like reverse London from the like.
Yeah, actually, no, that is definitely interesting. And Gata is one of the most creative players who sometimes just goes out after the opening. Just give me normal structure. I'm gonna outplay you because I'm probably the better positional player, right? We could argue about that, and of course, Vincent is also. I'm not sure what's the right word, right? I mean, probably also super awesome player and being coached by one of the most famous positional players, the former World Championship challenger, Petr Leko. So, but still, Gata believes that he can outplay. He can outplay his young colleague in such a very strange variation. But I can try to guess what was the idea because I sort of know the backstory of this knight c3. Yeah, but bishop c4 is something else. I wanted to mention that d4. Yeah, d4 has become quite a trendy move lately. I mean, again, black plays c5. The typical idea is to play the Najdorf, right? d4, c takes, knight e4, knight f6, knight c3, of course. Very popular variation of many, many years. So, knight c3, d6, there have been some developments in this variation, mainly thanks to the world champion Magnus Carlsen, who won a very nice game against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Queen d4, specifically against Najdorf. The idea was to play queen d2, b3, and bishop b2. And Nadorf has such a good reputation that pretty much everybody in the professional circuit, they're trying to somehow avoid it, right? Trying to surprise the opponent. So here Gata plays bishop c4. I can't say I'm really familiar with this setup.
Yeah, very interesting. Me neither. I don't really know what is the name of this variation, but it looks like, you know, even though Gata is allowing black to equalize, because I believe like after a couple of moves there are no real ideas for white. I mean there is no space advantage. Let's say there are okay, two minor pieces are out, but black can also develop the piece in the next move. So even though it's in a way not really challenging black for this period of time, but it somehow maybe pushes somehow Vincent out of his preparation, and for that also increases some chances for Gata not to be tricked in the opening.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the ideas of playing such lines is to surprise the opponent and kick him out of the preparation. And it's a smart strategy, but I'm pretty sure that Gata is not going to repeat it for the second time. This is something he wants to test for this specific game. So Vincent's response for d6, this makes perfect sense because you want to limit this bishop here. Maybe you want to play d5, take the center. Maybe you want to play b5, bishop b7, knight c6. So we could see some sort of, I'm not even sure if that's technically a Grand Prix attack or a Grand Prix attack ideas. f4, knight f3, short castle, f5, and try to checkmate black.
Yeah, so interesting that Gata is putting this bishop to c4, so probably it should work. Somehow there's, Arthur is saying maybe with some ideas f4 and f5. And bishop a2 was played, so immediately removing the bishop out of any b5.
That's slightly mysterious move, but I guess the big point is to me d5. Because after d5, I think, I'm not really sure what is Gata's plan here, I think he wants to take on d5 and play bishop g5. Now that the bishop on c4 is not under attack, and he can try to apply pressure against the pawn on d5. So, if black plays bishop e6, I could play something like knight e2, knight f4, and apply pressure against black's center. If black plays here d4, I play knight e4, and even if black has some sort of a space advantage, look at this bishop here on a2, it's pretty good.
Yeah, very interesting idea to open the diagonal for the bishop on a2. Yeah, so maybe this is d5, yeah.
It's interesting. It's interesting, definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Gata knows there's no advantage. He's just here to play a game and pretty much in the same spirit as the London, as you already mentioned before, because Gata also has played the London system many, many times. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on to the last game we haven't checked yet. Another backup, the Satorov against Lekwan Liam. Boss lost yesterday's games. What do we see here? We see again the e4, e5.
Some so sort of like an e4 opening.
Yes, this is some, yeah.
I'm not sure what this is.
So okay.
Italian game. Italian with knight c3. Look at that. This is not the main stuff. I mean, this is not the main stuff. Of course, d3 is a move. I think the current reputation of knight g5 is that black is doing okay. d5, take it, and knight a5. Black is doing okay. That's my understanding, at least, of this variation. So white decides not to test it. Bishop c5, and knight c3. Usually white plays the plan of c3. c3, short castle, is thinking about d4, then after rook e1, the knight goes to d2, f1, knight g3. But knight c3, I think he is either thinking about some knight e5 ideas, or maybe knight e2, knight g3, and again, watch out for the light square bishop. So he doesn't want, at any given moment, to miss something like d6 and knight a5, allowing black to capture this bishop.
Yeah, that's why at some moment a3 or a4 should be, in this case a4, okay. Yeah, because it's stopping the b5 also. So taking more space on the queen side.
Bishop e3. So Nodrbek is playing like the old masters, basically, because I remember this setup from many, many years ago being played. Now, there's definitely an idea that he wants to test. Bishop e3 slightly surprises me, but okay, let's see where this is going. And black doesn't take on e3. So
Doesn't take.
he didn't take it?
Because probably then the pawn on e3 would control the d4 and c4 and f4 squares.
I mean, it's definitely a choice, but I think black can even play something like bishop e6, so I see no reason why black should be unhappy here. So I can only guess that even with black, he's also thinking about the scoring system, the tournament, because once again, it's 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for the draw. So, I mean, it's not like only you're thinking about equalizing the game, you're thinking about how I'm going to try to win the game.
Yes, so that's an amazing scoring system. What pushes players to play for the victory, because if they just have 2 draws, it will be only 3 points, and 1 victory is 4. So, yeah.
We have a chat message from one of the viewers that Gata's previous game, I mean, the game we're looking at against Vincent is a mirror of the London system. I mean, it's becoming more trendy. Well, you know more than me, definitely, because I haven't really seen it so much, but I agree. Yeah, definitely has some ideas of the London.
Yeah, that's what I said immediately when I looked at this. It's just
Right.
reversed.
Yeah, so what's happening here is that after a bishop c5, d takes on c5, black voluntarily doubles his pawn structure, but he gains control of the d4 square. h3 makes sense, stopping bishop g4, rook e8, knight e2, what is implying to play f4, b6, knight e2, and now he plays bishop e6.
So black has full control over the d4 square, and now going to trade the bishops.
Probably, I think you can take it.
Rook should take, yeah.
And something like a 4. That would be my best guess, because otherwise, why do you play knight e2? Yeah, why do you play knight e2? Of course, you want to play f4 because your rook still stands on f1. And I think, again, the pawn structure for white, it sort of signals the direction you should be playing. So white is playing at the king side. Rook is still on f1, so f4 is a very natural choice.
Yeah, and maybe, yeah.
I'm not sure.
And maybe, you know, white doesn't really want to take yet on e6.
Yeah, maybe f4 right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps.
Because there is a knight on d2, and it's controlling the c4 square, so after bishop takes on c4, knight c4 would be very nice to have the knight there attacking also the e5 square.
Yeah, but maybe there's some tricks, you know. After f4, you also need to watch out for e takes on f4, and not necessarily you can take with the knight. There could be a check on d4, and black, I guess, can take the pawn on b2, but to be honest, with 5 seconds, I cannot really tell it. And if black takes with the rook on f4, perhaps the rook on f4 doesn't stand so great.
But maybe then here intermediately we can take on e6 and then take on f4 with a knight.
Right. Yeah.
Because
maybe.
no, I mean after f4 and take on f4, but
oh, you want to make it really complex. Okay, okay. So bishop e6, you want to play f4, now you want to take on e6. Okay,
yes,
that's really smart. Perhaps.
And then if knight takes, then we have knight f4 with
But if I take with a pawn? It's playable, right?
Yeah.
It's playable. I mean, my idea was that if I take on e6, after f takes on e6, it's not going to happen because now black has weaknesses, and probably white is going to simply say, listen, I'm not going to play 4, right? I'm just going to keep playing something positional, like, I don't know, knight c4, knight c3, whatever, g3, king g2, I don't know, but not play 4 because this is a weakness. We're going to see.
We are going to see what is going to happen here. So still no move after bishop e6, and yeah, so far we looked at all 4 games. I don't know if we are going to do another round now, or
yeah, definitely we are going to do also perhaps. Let's check what else is happening here in Biel while the games are. I mean, you have to understand this is going to be really slow pace because that's a long time control. They can take their time. The second time control is additional 50 minutes to the first 100. So they're going to make it really, really slow. Plus, in the GMT tournament, there is the Sophie rule. So in case you're complaining about grandmasters making quick draws, not fighting it out, here it's basically impossible. Because, I mean, not only the players are really, really motivated to play against each other, but they cannot make a draw before move 40.
Yeah, because if we just recall the previous round, round number one, there was 3 decisive games, and even the game which finished with a draw was even tried to be played for both sides. So first of all, Andrei tried to complicate in the middle game, and then later, even when it was a drawn rook end game, still Vincent tried to create some winning chances.
Yep. All right. So once again, let's check. Let's check what are the tournaments here in Biel, because this is the 55th International Chess Festival. It's not only the Grandmaster Triathlon, of course. That is the main event of 8 invited Grandmasters. You see, we have 3 closed tournaments. We have the Grandmaster Triathlon. The Chess 960 tournament is not technically part of the triathlon. Actually, it should be quadriathlon, but the Chess 960 tournament serves as a tiebreaker for the triathlon. There's the ladies' Accentos quadriathlon with 4 tournaments, actually a new addition for Biel Chess Festival. In parallel, we have Swiss Championships, Rapid, Blitz, Junior, Fischer Random, and of course the open tournaments, the MTO tournament, and it's such a strong tournament because if I would show you who is playing there, you're going to be probably asking a very logical question. What is even stronger? Is it the GMT or is it the MTO? Look at this.
Yeah, we are having quite an exciting field in the MTO, and of course, it's not for the first time. Every year, basically, MTO tournament has very strong players. This time, you can see the top players. Yu Yang Yi, who was also participating in the Chess 960 tournament, because Yesipenko was not there, so he kindly enough represented, so to say, him. But and also he got actually 8th place, so it was in a way. For Yesipenko. We have Kirill Alexeyenko, who actually played last year in the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament. We have Fedoseev, we have Martirosyan, we have Sargsyan, yeah, and many others. Shevchenko, the Ukrainian Grandmaster, Motilov, Grandmaster from Russia. Maxime Lagarde actually participated last year as well in the GMT tournament.
Right, and maybe when we are going to have a bit more time and there's not going to be more action in the GMT, we are going to check some of the games of the MTO tournament as well. And yesterday there were a couple of upsets because Kirill Alexeyenko lost his second round game against Indian player, and also Haik Martirosyan, the 4th seed player, he lost.
Yeah, some unexpected results. Of course, quite a few players drew the game, including Yu Yang Yi, but of course he was also facing the Grandmaster. Even though the rating was not that high, it was, of course, it could be a draw. So, but yeah, some unexpected results indeed were happening yesterday during the MTO round 2, by the way. So they're 1 round ahead.
And here you see the prizes. Actually, the total prize fund of the MTO Open Tournament, it's higher than the GMT because in the GMT for 8 players, the prize fund is 30,000, slightly more than 30,000 Swiss francs. Here it's 37,000. For the first place, 6,000 francs. And you see there's a lot of prizes for the top 20 and other categories.
Yeah, very exciting prizes to fight for the Masters in the Master tournament. And yeah, there is as well, of course, the Amateur tournament, which is obviously very nice to have since the players who just starting their chess career, they're starting their chess way, can still be in the same playing hall, playing with the expert, with the Masters. So just so exciting to have it all in the Biel Chess Festival.
Let's go back to the action. And now I think we are going to make, once again, a roundup, but we are going to check more closely what's been going on between all the players in the previous games, what's their history, and what we can expect from this game. So, Knight Edge with black against Gukesh, one of the leader fight. So, after they played Bogo Indian defense, B4, very aggressive choice by Gukesh, A5, trying to take over the A file. Bishop B2 makes sense. Maybe White could have played B5 as well. Bishop B2, takes, Knight E4. So I think White is going to play something like queen c2, bishop e2, but he needs to watch out for some knight c6 ideas and make sure at some point so that the pawn on b4 is not under attack. Maybe even could be ideas to play c5.
Yeah, very interesting. What might happen in the next few moves for black? Because indeed some ideas can happen here. So maybe Artos, you can share us some statistics about the matchup we're having here.
This is really interesting because, of course, I mean, at the professional circuit, the players compete against each other many, many times, right? So you imagine elite players like, I don't know, I would have to pull up statistics of, let's say, Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian. They probably have played something like 100 classical games, 200 rapid games, etc. But, for example, the Mariah Gukesh against Arkady Naiditsch, they had played 0 games before Biel. So this is first experience for them. And here in Biel, what we could do, we could very quickly check what happened in the rapid and Chess 960 tournament for Gukesh against Arkady Naiditsch. So we are going to go back to the round 2.
And if we remember, actually in the both games, Gukesh was trying and okay, now we're looking the rapid tournament, but in Chess 960 it was pretty upsetting for Gukesh since he was leading the tournament, and actually then he met Naiditsch.
Yeah, then he met Naiditsch, but let's start with the rapid tournament. So here in the rapid tournament, it was actually looking quite fishy for Arkady because after very aggressive opening by Gukesh, h6, g5, knight g6, it seemed that White was in trouble because Black started an attack quite early. So fast forwarding, again, Gukesh, you might remember yesterday's game against Abdusattorov, he sacrificed 2 pawns. In this game against Naiditsch, he wasn't really shy, he sacrificed 1 pawn, queen g5, knight c4, bishop g4, a long castle, and here in the critical moment, there's the Azerbaijani grandmaster, he made a mistake. He played g3.
Yeah, absolutely weakening the light squares near the king, what allowed actually for Gukesh to access, and here he's basically sacrificing the whole piece.
Yeah, he sacrificed an entire piece, and now the white king was under a direct attack. So at some point already, look at this, bishop a1, Naiditsch couldn't take on a1 because queen h1 check was a very strong threat. So here, after a couple of moves, Black was very close to winning. So bishop e5, number of trades, the white king was completely exposed. So queen h6, here, queen e6, c4. And here, basically, all Gukesh needed to do is to trade queens. Trade the queens on e2, play rook a2. I'm pretty sure that after something like king d7, he would just win the game without too much effort.
Yeah.
So what happened here is that after a couple of moves, here he blundered. I guess it was a time trouble. King c8, he thought he escaped from checks, but he missed d7. That's a mate. And after king d8, there you go.
Yeah, unexpected for Gukesh since he was attacking the whole game. He already won an exchange. He just needed to convert it, and probably he always thought there'll still be a time to trade the queens. But yeah, Naiditsch just counterattacked.
Yeah, so this Chess 960 game I'm not going to show you. Also, Naiditsch won it with white. There were up and downs, a lot of events happening. So that's the backstory. That is the backstory between these two players because they had never played before meeting here in Biel. So Naiditsch has won already 2 rapid games with white color. So again, this should be sort of having some sort of a psychological advantage.
Yeah, already, Gukesh should have invested so much energy in preparing to this game, not only on the chessboard, but also psychologically, because, of course, even though you understand it's a new game, you should, start from the new, basically from the first blank page, but it still matters. Psychology still matters for chess players. It's very difficult to just forget what happened a few days before.
It's really interesting how sometimes chess works in mysterious ways because against certain people you tend to play well and against some other people you're playing badly. So for example, if you lose 1 game, 2 games, 3 games, and then you're about to play the next game, well, it's in the mind, right? So you cannot easily remove it. Of course, Gukesh, here today he has the white color. This is still their first classical game, but somewhere deep inside, it still remains.
Yeah, exactly like this. And yeah, sometimes we also tend to hear such things like, okay, this player, tend to not to play well against the other one. So such things still exist. So, and it's some subconscious level.
Yep.
Actually, Queen C1 was played.
Queen C1 was played. Knight e4, Queen C1. Now I wonder what Knight has in store here. I'm not really sure if Gukesh did everything right. Because I look at the position and I like black. Because, for example, there could be a move c5. Trying to be very aggressive because black is ahead in development. Trying to rip apart white's center. There could be a move, something like d6, knight e7, f5, and knight f6. So this pawn structure perhaps is not ideal. So I have to go back. I have to go back to this position. Was it really necessary to start with b4, right? Of course, we could question this. Maybe it was a better idea to start with bishop e2, try to gather some information, and depending on what black is going to play, d6, knight e7, or c5 or something, then after the short castle, choose between b3, b4.
But I think the problem is that after bishop e2, there might be something like a5, and b4 is not possible.
Yeah, and then I play b3. That was my big idea.
But then if you still want to go for the b4, then you're losing time.
I'm not sure if I want to go for b4. I mean, it's tricky. Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because the fact that you can play b2, b4, b2, b3 doesn't mean that you always have to push for a pawn for 2 squares forward. I'm just looking at the final position. It's just my gut instinct, really. I mean, I cannot back it up with some very specific analysis, but I just look at this position, I feel that Nadic is doing okay. And given the fact that the entire reputation of Bogo is slightly, it's not a major continuation, I think that Arkady has been doing well so far.
Yeah, let's not also forget that 2 moves ahead, white is finishing the development, so again, not clear what is going to happen, but indeed, some ideas of playing f5 can open direct way on creating some attack on the king side, and also the bishop, which is standing on b7, looking directly at the king side.
Just to give you an idea of what is possible here for black, once again, I can play c5, I can play d6, knight e7, I can play f5. The next move I just noticed, it's even knight g5. Even this move is possible, because now that white is slightly behind the development, I'm not really sure what you're going to do with this knight. For example, knight g5, queen g5, white has problems to develop his pieces. Let's say if he plays bishop e2, I just happily take it. And what do you do next, right? G takes, where your king is going to go. All right, you might argue, maybe after knight g5, I could play knight e2, and I could play, for example, f5 with f4 ideas. Are you going to play h4? Where's your king going to go? I'm looking at this position, and the more I look at it, I like knight g5.
Yeah, interesting what can be played, but... Yeah.
Maybe there's something immediate that can be responded by white, something like knight e5, knight e5, d6, knight e3, f3, bishop e2. Could be, yeah, could be. Let's say once again, knight g5, knight e2, f5, and now maybe just play f3. Yeah, maybe just play f3. Maybe it's good, right?
Yeah, the thing is, I believe that after knight went to g5, it took the square from the queen. And for example, if normally knight couldn't be placed on e5 or d2, so to say, peacefully, because direct queen g5 could be an idea, targeting on g2. But here, actually, after f3, I feel like that bishop on b7 is not doing very good.
Not for the moment, yeah. It's just an idea, I'm not even saying that this has to be played. It's just something I noticed. Maybe black can do it something like this. f5, bishop e2, and now play knight g5. Maybe this is actually the way to go, because now you cannot really play knight e2 because the pawn on g2 is under attack. And knight g5, queen g5, it really depends. I think it really depends if white, let me just make some random move, can get this position. Because if he can get this position with 2 bishops, he's definitely better. If not, he might actually have to be careful.
Yeah, if not, then not. It's indeed. That's the case. But also, after knight is getting somewhere away, there can be some ideas later for playing something like queen c3, and opening with d5 on the black's king. I'm not sure, but
Now, there's a suggestion from the chat. Gukesh chose an inaccurate move order, which is surprising because he's usually top in openings. I also have the same feeling. I have the same feeling something was slightly inaccurate. I don't know really where. Maybe this b4 bishop b2 was a bit too early. I mean, b4 bishop b2 allowing to open the file. Maybe b5 was an idea. But to be honest, what I would have played myself, I would have started with bishop e2. But again, like you said, yeah, indeed, black could play a5. White would play b3, and we would simply have a different game.
yeah, and that's of course not what Gukesh was aiming for. So Gukesh knew what he's doing actually. Maybe now he realized maybe that there was something he was not expecting at all. But yeah, let's see what is going to happen in the next move. So we cannot really foresee what is in the mind of the young Indian grandmaster.
Yeah, and I think we are also at some point going to have a guest here with us in the studio. The president of the Biel Chess Festival is going to join us, maybe something like half an hour. So stay tuned. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on to the next game. We have, Andrei Sipenko with white pieces against Saleh Salem, and we see already some changes here in the position. So, black managed to push for d5.
All right. So
Let's
last
just to
time-
recall, yeah.
Yeah, last time we left it here. We explained the thought process, a4, bishop b7, knight c3, bishop d5. I felt a bit odd, to be honest. Queen c7. But I like what Salem is doing here. He does not play d6 just yet. And he wants to play d5 in one go. And this is exactly what happened. Bishop g5, I guess, fighting for the d5 square, so the black cannot easily play d5, b4, knight b1. That's a bit strange move.
Knight b1.
I thought knight e2, knight g3 is usually responded, but okay, knight b1. I guess the idea is to fight for
Yeah.
some of the critical squares.
Since b5 pawn was controlling the c4 square, and after b4 it's not anymore, so...
And now black plays with all the comfort in the world. He plays d5. He did not waste the time for d6, rook d8, and rook e1. So this is the current position. And looking back at their previous games, this, just like Gukesh's game against Arkady Naidych, is their very first classical game. They played one Blitz game in 2017, World Blitz. It was a draw. And of course, also here in Biel, they played one game, unlike everybody else, two games, because, of course, Yesipenko was not available for the Chess 960 tournament. And that also means that his tiebreak is going to be the worst in case there's going to be a tie, but he won with the black in the semi-Tarash.
Yeah, and also I wanted to ask you here, so if we return two moves before, so before knight bd2, so here instead of d5, remember we were talking there was some idea of pushing b3, so just interested if it could have been played here.
Yeah, definitely could have been. Now, let's check this. For example, after c takes on b3, let's say black plays c5, and he tries to imprison the bishop on a2. But sometimes white plays b4, gives back the pawn. After c takes, knight e2. Well, we try to evaluate who is actually benefiting from this trade, right? And also, I have to mention that after b3, white can even take for the bishop, forcing the trade. And now again, the big question is black's compensation for the pawn enough?
Yeah, since the center is actually closed now. And probably after black went for this queen c7 idea, they already, he probably already said, yeah, let's just give up on this b4, b3 idea.
I love the comment in the chat. Arkady Naidych won his biggest tournament in 2005 before Gukesh was born. It's actually pretty impressive. Of course, Arkady is one of the most experienced players here in Biel, and Gukesh is the youngest, being only 16 years old. So, of course. All right. So moving back to the current position, rook e1, I think it's fair to say that black has solved his opening problems. But the big question remains, what to do with this knight on a5? Maybe nothing.
Maybe it just remains there for a time being.
I'm not really sure I understand this position immediately. For example, what happens if I try to force matters? I try to take, because I see I have a rook on the same file as the white queen. So I might take it, play c5, and activate my bishop. So I think it's pretty much a sound idea, but of course we have to check it specifically. So I guess d takes white already is slightly worse. Although I don't know really. Queen e2 could be played. This could be a weakness. And if I take,
Bishop takes. And
you want to take on e7, yeah? Take.
And then to take with a rook, and then we have e5. Cannot be
Take.
protected with f6 because
But
of the bishop.
I might actually still play c5. I'm not sure. What is this? Rook e5, take,
bishop.
take. Not good. Maybe queen f6 something, or queen d6.
Yeah, queen d6 because c5 has to be protected.
I'm not sure. Actually, queen f6 also is a move because okay, the knight is
Knight
under
is
attack. Yeah,
hanging,
the knight
yeah.
is under attack because I saw queen b2. Of course, you're right. Of course. So queen d6. There's the threat bishop f3. Maybe b3 ideas. Maybe the pawn on d3 is under attack.
But I think rook is 3 and all problems are solved. Or the main problems.
No, I'm not so sure. There's a pin. There's b3. There's bishop takes. Could be. I mean, I'm not
Could
going to
be,
argue.
yeah.
It could be, but definitely this is something I would consider. Why take on d4 on e4? Maybe it's not necessary. So once again, I guess take. Now you obviously cannot take with a pawn. Take here. c5. If you go away, I guess I'm a happy person. Now bishop f3, rook e7. Probably black is not going to have enough compensation. Here, yeah, this already looked.
Maybe d4 here. Yeah, this we looked at.
Here,
No, rook is 3 and then d4. Yeah, after the c4.
d4, and if I take it,
And rook. Yeah, it's
yeah,
not
this
good.
bishop here,
It's not good.
not good, and here it's not even better, yeah?
Actually, something was played.
Something was played. Wow, d4?
Wow, closing. Okay, closing was the rook on d8 and the rook on e1.
It is a very surprising move. Because now this seriously weakens all the light squares, and it opens the bishop.
Yeah,
Very surprising move.
I believe in case he wanted to, in case you want to open the bishop, you want at least to complicate something and take on e4, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't, to be honest, I wouldn't even consider d4. Maybe there's something that Salin didn't like. But what is it? Because, it's not like he has to do this. For example, this d takes on e4 looked interesting, but I'm pretty sure there's some other moves because I'm not even convinced that e takes on d5 is actually a threat. For example, let's say I play h6. And if you take, this pawn is protected. Here, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Here. And now I could play some kind of probably d takes on e4 anyway. I'm not sure.
Yes,
Can I do this?
Yeah, I believe it's not a threat. Taking on d5 is not really a threat.
You could take even with the knight. Or with
I
the
think
pawn.
with the pawn is better.
Yeah, sacrifice the pawn, which is quite a typical idea. In some Raul Lopez martial variations, sometimes this is the very typical common idea. And now I'm going to claim I have a compensation, which maybe I don't.
But there are some, for example, knight g4 ideas maybe.
Knight g4.
But then trade on the...
Yeah, but I just take twice on
made
e7 place.
trade on e7.
Maybe some g5,
G5.
and bishop d. It's of course easy to sacrifice. Yesterday, Vishy Anand was with us in the studio, and he said it's so easy to sacrifice pieces or material in other players' games, right? Because when you are the one playing, of course, you are making more pragmatic choices. But either way, I mean, d4 looks anti-positional. That's my gut instinct, but chess is very concrete as usual.
Yeah, and the thing is, I believe there was no real threat. I mean, of course, like taking on d5 maybe, but then you for sure don't want to close the position like this, opening the bishop, and you can still try to keep, to keep tension in the position, and not closing it, or taking on e4, which looks logical, opening the file for the rook. I mean, it looked very logical.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Once again, let's check what was wrong with this. So take. Okay, I could take on f6, of course. But I mean, I can just snatch an f3, right? At least. So you have to take on e7, queen e7, knight f3.
c5.
b3 is interesting idea at some point. b3, take, f6. There's no way that black is worse. I mean, despite the fact he's down a pawn, this bishop after c5 is going to be a monster. So let's say, okay, rook e1, take. Okay, maybe he didn't like this position. After d takes on e4, he felt that, queen e2 is going to be a problem. But is it a problem?
I mean, not at all. I mean, even like if he's scared here for about queen e2, I mean, after playing d4, it absolutely weakens the c4 square since the pawn on d3 is protecting it.
Something like this could be played in c5. I think black is just doing okay. So this is the nominal weakness, but is it important at all?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I guess we are going to find it out later when we are going to be given a chance. But now, after d4, I would be very happy. Because, for example, my first idea which jumps to my mind is knight c4. Take it. Bishop c4. Let's assume that black plays something like c5. Do you need it to activate the bishop? Not sure. But white, again, has this pawn structure, and he can try to push f4.
And I have a question, like what to activate, because all of the diagonals are closed now for the for the black bishops. I mean, even if we just compare, the position is closed for both sides. But if we just compare two bishops of white and black, we can see the incredible difference.
I think for white it's more realistic to play f5 than f4 than for black f5, because at some point you need to open files, you need to open the diagonals. So after knight c4, this looks to be necessary. Take, okay, maybe c5 is not very good. Black will play something like knight e8. Take, knight e2, knight e6, and claim that he's doing okay. Maybe that's his point. Maybe that's his point, actually, that he says that, listen, you have the weakness on c4, but it's not a big deal.
Not just bishop b3 or bishop 8. I mean, bishop b3 probably a little bit more flexible. Not
Yeah, maybe something like this, on king h8, and f5, or f6, and maybe he thinks he's doing okay. Maybe he's right, I don't know. But visually speaking, it looks a bit strange. It looks a bit strange. Maybe knight c4 is not even necessary. White could play maybe this, and this, and knight g3 and f4.
Now we can for sure say that knight on a5 doing nothing. So like
knight's doing nothing. Yeah, that's actually the thing. And if I'm Yesipenko, I'm thinking, of course, I can play knight c4, but do I want to trade this knight on a5? I like it there.
Yeah, it can be still there.
Useful for white, right? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt.
Probably one of the best pieces for white, the black knight on a5.
one of white's best pieces is the black knight on a5. I like that. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. And Gata's Kamsky's game against Vincent Keimer is also on the way. We have a Grand Prix, some sort of Grand Prix attack.
Yeah. Okay, so what has changed? We didn't have so many moves actually being played. So we left somewhere here, yeah.
Yeah, we left somewhere here. A3, bishop a2, f4, really inspired chess. Black plays b5, queen e1, bishop b7. White makes the facial expression, I have an attack. Black says, I don't believe you. So how is white supposed to start the attack? It must be some sort of f5, do something there. But how do you do it?
Yeah, that's a question. Maybe somehow. I mean, it would be nice to put the knight somewhere on h5 or g5, but
I mean, you can do it
or
right away,
yeah,
of course. This could be interesting at some point. I'm not even sure if right away, but after knight g5, there could be an idea that you're provoking black to
Yeah.
play h6. Then you play knight h3, and after g4, g5, this is what you call a hook, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you can use it to open the g file. King h1, rook g1. I already made something like 5 extra moves for white, just to prove my point.
Yeah, so, or as you say, this f5 idea looks also very nice, to open the bishop.
Yeah,
But
but then
maybe
you need
not
to
right away. Yeah.
you need to check this one. Take on d5. What's your bishop doing there? And after bishop g5, c4, it's even worse.
Yeah, so that's why maybe some preparation is needed for that f5 push, so that not the pawn but the piece can take there. I mean, it would be great if the knight could be there. For example, knight d1, knight e3, and f5. Is it possible? I don't know.
How do you say? Sorry, which
Knight
one?
d1, knight e3. I don't know.
Knight e1, knight e3, and then g4,
And f5 is the idea.
f5.
Because anyways, at knight on c3, I don't know. Like, of course, it's stopping the d5. That's one of the points, right?
I'm not even sure if now d5 is not possible, because I mean I know some of the French King's Indian attack positions, and let's say usually the bishop here is on g2. Let's say bishop d2, what a random move, right? d5 should be still playable because you have no longer access to bishop g5 here. The pawn is on the4, and not always this pawn on the 4 is so good. This is actually quite tricky because if the pawn would stand on f2, then the bishop would be able to join the game with something like g3, h4, knight g5, and sometimes actually having this pawn on f4 for white is not so great. I mean,
yeah, that's
difficult
why.
to tell.
Yeah, that's why most likely the idea should be to work on the light squares with pushing something like a5. And by the way, we have some suggestion from the chat that Kamsky is going to play king h1 here. Yeah, prophylactical and like move which is not really spoiling anything. No, king h1.
Yeah, king h1.
Yeah, king h1. That Kamsky will play.
Typically, black tries to do something at the queen side. a5, b4, again, the big question is how to do it. Maybe queen b6, try to ignore whatever is happening at the king side. But maybe you're right about this knight e1. I'm not sure about knight e3, maybe knight f2.
Or also the suggestion from the chat, knight e2 and g3. So remaneuvering
Knight
to the
e2,
g3 and then f5.
Yeah, because the knight on c3 is not doing anything. You want to give it a new role. That could be definitely playable. So I think it makes sense for black at some point to do a counter-strike in the center. d5. Now the question is, are you going to close the action?
No. I think
I'm not
it's,
sure. Because knight g3, I could take it, play c4, and seek something in the center. Interesting.
I'm just thinking if after d5, f5 is possible. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, you want to checkmate immediately.
Because the idea is that on e4 is hanging, but on e6 is also hanging, so...
So I take it. And take it. Doesn't look very good. No? I mean, black is very
Yeah.
active. This bishop
Yeah.
on a2 is not doing anything. No, definitely f idea is there, but question is at which moment? Maybe knight g3, f5. Interesting. So Gata's thinking. He has, oh, look at that. He has half an hour advantage on the clock.
Yeah, because of this, opening which he chose,
Yeah.
if we can call it like this.
I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah, when you don't know the opening your opponent is playing, of course, you want to invest some time, try to figure out what's the best setup. Right, so what do you think, Angelika? We could make a very, 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 very short break because we're going to have a guest in the studio. Biel Chess Festival's president is going to be here. He's going to tell you a bit something about the festival. What is it to be the president organizing such an amazing event? And we could be back with you shortly. Just a second. Just give me
Yeah, just
A
in
moment.
5 minutes. Yeah.
We'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Round two of the classical tournament of the GMT on Biel here is still ongoing. The games have just started. The games are still in the opening phase. A lot of action is still ahead. Be back soon.
And everyone, welcome back to the 55th International Biel Chess Festival. And I'm so happy here to be joined by Peter Bonenblust.
Hello.
He is the president of the Biel Chess Festival. Hello, Peter.
Hello.
So nice to have you here.
It's nice to have you here in Biel, your teacher, and for the whole world. Many thanks for your works.
Thank you. Of course, it's a very important task to be a president of such a great festival, such a big festival. It's one of the biggest chess festival in the world. How do you feel such a responsibility?
This year I feel very good. I'm the president. There are others make more works than me. Paul Kohler is the Secretary General. He's the most work, and other helpers also. And so I'm for the connection with outside, and I have looked to the money that's come inside, and the other will get money outside. That's my work.
So you're a financial keeper of the...
Yeah. Before I was prosecutor, so and now 8 years I not in charge and have different hobbies. One is this make this tournament. I'm not a chess player, but I have the relationship sometimes.
So organizational work is very difficult, and all what we can see, it's one thing, but there is everything behind. There is a lot of work behind.
I think so. That's Paul Kohler. He make the contacts with the players of the tournament, invited the other players, with the organization here in the house, with for the foods and for everybody. He is make many things, and we are a good team. I'm not in charge since 25 years, and I hoped we can find a successor of me, but actually we are preparing the next festival still, and but we hope that this year they're fighting again like the last years. I think just now is very good chess. It's you to say how is the chess.
Yeah, the chess is really great here. We are so excited to watch it. You said that you're already 25 years in charge. I mean, how does it feel this year? Does it bring something new, something fresh?
Yeah, I think it's very good after Corona. We have this year 16 events. That's the most events that we have in the time since 25 years. We make for amateurs, for professional. We make also poker tournament. We have for medicine. For doctors, doctor
yes.
tournament tomorrow. If somebody will come tomorrow, he can announce. Not yet.
So everyone can find the tournament here, right?
Yes, yes.
This is a goal for you, yeah?
And it's also, I think, important for Biel City, for the hotel, for the restaurant, for people can make to see the lake, and so have a good idea of Switzerland. So it's promotion for Biel, for the Canton Bern, and for Switzerland.
And people who live in Biel, they know about this festival, right? It's already a tradition for them. How do they, do people who, for example, don't play chess, do they know about the event, and which emotions they have about it?
We invited also other persons for the ceremony of
opening ceremony.
Opening ceremony, thank you. The political come, people of economic come, so we have a relationship, but not the people. The door are open, but with this weather, the people like to go to sea or to go to mountains. But we have many people who are on the Seine.
The Seine,
with you. So we are very happy this year.
Yeah, and you said you personally you're not really that into chess, but what do you like about chess? Because you're organizing the chess festival. Do you have some special connection? Does someone from your family play chess? What is chess for you personally?
For me, I only played in the school a little bit, in a club. So, but my son, he was in first class. He go to the Société of chess in Biel, and when he was the third class, I no chance against him. So, but then Mr. Suri told me to come on in the organization as father and as political. So I'm now more than 30 years in the OKA, and since 25 years I'm the president of the OKA.
Wow, that's really incredible. Peter, thank you so much for this event. I mean, everyone is really excited here. We can see, that people can play in an amateur tournament, be there in the same hall as a grandmasters. It's so exciting.
Many thanks for this, but we are looking for the next year, and so we have to fight with the village of Bienne. Yes.
Yeah, so you're going to fight, and
Yes,
and
we'll fight.
hopefully you will win. Yes, this fight, like on a chess battle.
We have Zeitnot, but we will do
We
it.
have side note. We have time trouble. Yes. Thank you so much, Peter. It was
Thanks.
pleasure to have you here.
Good stay in Biel.
Thank you. Thank you. We're just going to be back together with Arthurs just in a moment. Please stay there. In 1 minute, we will be there.
We're back. We're back live from Biel. That was the Biel Chess Festival's president, Peter, here with us. Awesome to hear his thoughts. He has been doing this for so many years, and I hope he'll be doing this, and so that, the traditions of Biel Chess Festival continue to grow.
Yeah, and you are seeing one thing, you're seeing this picture of the festival, you're coming here, you're playing it, but there's so much work behind it. It was very nice to really have him here to share some thoughts about the event and how it is special actually for Biel and Biel citizens.
Let's go back to the games. Let's check what has essentially changed here. So we left it, I think, with Yesipenko's game against Salem Select. So just to mention it very quickly, here I think I'm going to show it on the video. So knight c4 was played. So Ispenko did decide to take control of the c4 square. And yeah, let's just move on because there's some other very interesting games here, which is probably one of the most interesting games of the round. Gukesh against Nadic.
Yeah, we haven't looked at this game for some time. Not so many moves have been played, but we can see already some changes in the position, and the rooks have been traded, right? So rooks have been traded. And actually not much, actually. Not many moves were played. Besides trade of the rook, only queen e7. Only queen e7, so...
Knight e4, queen c1, take on a1 here, and queen e7. I think what Nadic is doing here, this is pretty smart. He's waiting for bishop e2. So I would expect that after bishop e2, you're going to get knight g5.
Or queen b4 check.
Ah. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Yeah, sure. The pawn on b4 is also under attack. Very good point.
I think, you know, the queen on e7 maybe not, it's not maybe the end destination for the queen.
No, absolutely not. It's just a good move.
But it just get a good move, yeah, exactly. So just attacking the pawn, and, you know, it forces white to do some decisions because you don't really want to play something like b5 because it's inviting queen b4 and some complications can happen here. Yeah,
that actually looks very dangerous for white. I mean, this pin, maybe it's somehow holding on, but I wouldn't want to test it. So after queen e7, let's try to play something like queen b2. I mean, okay, maybe black is going to miss this mate on g7, probably not. So let's try to play something like d6. You still need to develop the pieces. Let's say I play bishop e2, and now I play knight g5 again. So what do you do? What do you do?
G5.
I don't know, maybe d5? Maybe this is the idea.
d5, e5?
Yeah, and then white is pretty happy. Sort of happy. I guess you can now make safely castle because this trade means that this bishop on b7 is closed. It's no longer targeting the knight.
In a way, also bishop on a1 is closed. But yeah, you are right. The bishop on b7 is not really having a good time on b7.
Yeah, we could argue, of course, which is a better piece. The bishop on b7 or the bishop on a1, both of them are at the moment not particularly great. I would imagine that this might be the choice of Gukesh because if he doesn't do it, I mean, what else? Because, for example, bishop c3, strategically wise, basically makes no sense because black wants to eliminate this powerful dark square bishop, at least its potential. So take it. There could be ideas like bishop f3, g takes, and now white's position already starts to look quite shaky because he doesn't have the two bishop advantage, and it's just some ruined pawn structure.
I would have considered actually queen b1, you know, also protecting the pawn instead of queen b2. With the idea, you know, of bishop d3 and looking at the h7 square. So queen b1 or queen b2, those are two moves, I believe, which are possible.
Here, yeah? Queen b1.
So the idea is bishop d3.
Actually, that's a valid point.
But yeah, queen b2 or queen b1 should be played because yeah, bishop c3 just simply doesn't feel right.
There's a very interesting comment in the chat that there was a game of Magnus Carlsen against Arkady Nadic, and they had the same position, but the queen was on c2 and not on c1. So I guess like this, here, and queen e7. And what does that mean? It means that Nadic knows this position. He definitely already played it, right? And black did respond with c5 at some point later.
Interesting. So yeah, then it's some familiar position. I mean, as we already discussed, Nadic is having a course in poker Indian, so he for sure knows what is happening. I mean, I don't know on which stage he's with this course. Of course, it's not like fully ready, but he's of course investing so much work in it and probably just, you know, trying to test it now.
Okay, I have a highly provocative question. Does Arkady remember this game? You know, of course against Magnus Carlsen, he should remember this game, but I tell it sort of from my own experience, when you play for so many years, when you play for decades, you sort of forget because you remember, okay, I sort of had the same idea, the same variation some time ago, but was it exactly this position? Was it exactly this order of moves? You can actually forget.
Yeah, but knowing what Gukash played, he should have been ready for it as well. Like, or at least he of course checked what Nadic was playing and be ready for such ideas. I believe both players still have some idea what is
And
happening.
Arkady has spent 40 minutes, so it doesn't like really show that he plays it from a memory. He's probably remembering the ideas. Probably he probably remembers the game, but I'm not really 100% sure. We could ask him that later.
Of course. So yeah, maybe we should move on to other game while Gukash is thinking how to protect the pawn.
Yeah, I think it's going to be queen b1. Like you said, queen b1, bishop d3 makes perfect
Sorry,
sense.
just realized that maybe there is some c5 from white. That's another way to protect the pawn, but I don't think that it should happen. But it's just another way to protect the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, c5
That's
is also
the-
a move. It does weaken some light squares.
Yeah.
Could be.
But the
Could
most
be.
logical, queen b2 or queen b1, yeah.
Right? Again, you have to calculate all the consequences after that. For example, b takes. Do you want to play d takes? Do you want to b takes? If you play b takes, it opens the b file. If it opens d takes, what happens after d6? You're still behind development. Again, it's not really so easy. But yeah, definitely c5 is also a move.
Okay, so the next game, Gata Kamsky against Vincent Keimer, and
Oh, this is not it.
actually,
For some reason, again, the order has changed. I'm going to try to find them. You have to apologize me. Oh, here we go.
okay. So nothing has been played yet.
Yeah, pretty much nothing. After bishop b7, Gata is sitting here for almost half an hour. Because he did have half an hour advantage some moves ago. Now he doesn't.
Yeah, and also Vincent is sitting with him, so because it's a new position, it's something special what happened in the opening. It's something what Gata played in order to try to, kick him. Actually, the move was played,
Yeah, I just refreshed the board, but
and actually King H1 was played, as actually offered from the audience.
pretty sure the camera, just a second, I'm going to try to fix it. Yeah, the camera is a bit stuck for the moment. And right, now they're gone.
Yeah, most likely. So yeah, we have King H1 on the board. It was actually offered by the audience here. King H1 was played. Yeah, Kamsky spent not half an hour, but he spent like around 15 minutes of his time on this move. Sometimes there is some minor detail which can spoil the whole plan what you're playing. So these prophylactical moves, this idea of King H1, can really mean that, okay, there is something what Gata wants to play, Gata wants to go for, but still, it's not completely perfect. So King H1, very logical, very useful one, and yeah.
Right, yeah. We lost a feed from the player cameras. We're going to get them back in a moment. Don't worry about it. At the moment, you can see them on the big screen. They're sitting there. King H1 indeed was played, as you said, a bit faster. I mean, I had to refresh the board to see it. I guess the idea is to prepare, like we already discussed it before, g4, g5.
Yeah, just removing the king from the diagonal so that, no queen b6, nothing can happen like this. It's very logical considering, that, of course, white could have tried and went immediately for some complications, immediately trying to push the g4, g5. But if there is some useful move which white can play and not really show the cards, not really show what white wants to do, then, of course, Kamsky is playing.
Yes, something like King H1, it always could be useful, just in case, not to miss any checks. Maybe this g4 idea, maybe there could be checks on the long diagonal. Now, it really depends on Vincent, what he's going to do. I mean, there could be a move c4, there could be a move d5, there could be a move queen b6, a5, b4. Let's maybe try. Let's try something. What would you play here if you're black?
That's
First
really a
instinct.
good question because, d5, I believe it's a bit too early to go for.
You think?
I don't think.
Well, it looks very normal to me. No? You don't like e5?
Maybe there can be still played rook c8, preparing to have the rook still there because rook on a8 is not really doing much. And So rook c8 or... Yeah, I mean d5. I mean d5 looks protected.
Well, I got a message from the chat that rook c8 and queen g3 have been played, but I don't have these moves. So on the relay. Not really sure. So that's what we are told, right? Rook c8 is played just in case. I mean, position the rook at the c file. Queen g3.
Yeah, because I don't think that... I mean, neither white or black have to push with... with the ideas, with the plans they want to go for. So, I mean, that looks like an interesting idea for sure. And yeah, queen g3 was played, so now it's again Vincent's turn. I mean, now maybe d5 could be an idea. Maybe now d5. What else?
Okay, here we go. The cameras are back online. I hope also the moves we are going to get. So c4 was the move, right?
c4 was played. Wow.
Yeah, this is... I'm going to have to trust the chat for that because we are not receiving this move. So c4.
So c4 was played by Vincent, and yeah, I mean, indeed very sharp. So immediately going for attack on the queen side. I mean, I believe taking the pawn should be not good, because after d takes c4, b takes c4, bishop takes, there should be some knight a5, and it looks very uncomfortable.
What about knight b4? Knight b4 you play bishop b3. Can I play something?
Knight d4 maybe?
Knight d4. I still play here. I don't take the knight, because if you take it...
Yeah, then it's not good. Then it's not good. Okay.
All right. I'm going to try to get the moves running.
Yeah, so...
let's, in the meantime, check what is happening in the second game of Yesipenko against Salem.
Yeah. So we are having here, I mean, still the same moves. Bishop c4 has been played the last. And actually already afterwards, maybe I can get the mouse.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. So actually here a5 was already played, and after a5 there was knight e2 and h6. So this is the current position. So basically what white achieved control over the c4 square, even though they traded this knight on a5, which was not doing much as we discussed, but yeah, knight c4 was for sure the move which we're also looking at. And yeah, afterwards a5, knight e2, h6 was played. Yeah, so basically the question is bishop h4 or take, because the bishop has to do something.
Right.
And yeah.
Right. I think, yeah, the latest moves are missing. I think we are going to resolve this this issue in a moment. So
but I will have the update move, so we can always...
Yeah, okay. So for the moment, we're good. I mean, unless the game is going to move in time trouble, you know. So bishop c4, a5, this is what's happening, right?
Yes.
So a5, knight e2 and h6, right?
Yes, so this is the current position, and now Yesipenko is doing thinking what to do with this bishop. So if he has to take or to remove it, I mean,
take on f6. Probably he's not going to do it, I guess, because then f4 pretty much he can forget it. let's say something like knight f1, bishop g5. This bishop is very good. Maybe black can even take more control of the light squares by playing g6, h5, taking care of these squares. So I would actually expect something like, let's say a5, knight e to h6, maybe bishop h4. But what happens after, if I'm very aggressive, I play g5, I try to imprison this bishop.
Yeah, and after bishop, I mean, the only move basically to go with the bishop to g3. I mean, even though bishop is looking somewhat on this e5 square, I mean, e5 pawn may be weak, but I mean, the thing is that bishop is simply restricted there on g3.
Right.
So, I mean, maybe something like knight f3 can follow, but basically after protecting the e5, black is for sure fine.
Right. So that's why he's thinking here. I mean, he has a lot of choices what to do. He's thinking about what to do with his bishop here. Is he going to take on f6? I don't think, to be honest, he's going to do that. But the bishop h4, he most likely expects g5. He's trying to validate this position, trying to understand if the bishop on g3 is actually not going to be stuck. Something like knight e8, knight g7, bishop d6, king h8, f6 makes perfect sense to me. And yeah, I mean, white has this very nice last square bishop here on c4, but is it really so important?
Yeah, I think after, remaneuvering the pieces for black, it looks like that bishop will just look at nothing. So even though it looks very nice and, I mean, standing there on c4, almost doing nothing, but yeah. It it looks like a good piece, but for sure, in case of the correct play by black, it just can still be there, but doing not much. So.
Right. All right, let's continue moving on. Let's check what else is happening. Gata's game against Keimer, there's a couple of moves we're not seeing. We already talked about this game. In the game of Gukesh against Naidich, do we have some developments there?
Yeah, let me check. So we have... so the last move which we have here is queen e7, and actually afterwards b5 was played. We were discussing with you that b5 is actually not the move, but b5 was indeed played, queen b4 and knight d2.
So
incredible.
Much, I mean, black already can force a draw, right? Queen b1, queen d1, queen b4. Unless, of course, you're willing to play Bankload, which is unlikely to happen. This could be already a draw. So that means that Gukesh is not really happy. He's not really happy with the decisions he made. And again, we would have to go back for this early b4, which we were discussing that perhaps it was slightly premature. Maybe he should have started by developing kingside first. And now, Naidich is thinking after 92, right?
Yeah,
He's
now
thinking.
Naidich is thinking what to do here. I mean, for sure there is like a choice to go for it, but I don't know, like in case of, I mean, I believe that in case of threefold repetitions, they still can claim the draw, right? So
Right.
I believe this 40 moves rule is only like for agreeing to a draw, but if in case of the threefold repetition?
Absolutely. So the current rules of either state, in order, if you want to make like an exception in a tournament which has a software rule which doesn't allow you to make a draw, what you do, you make a threefold repetition, and as soon as the third move is written on the score sheet, you call the arbiter or stop the clock, and the call the arbiter, I'm not really sure what's the right order. Arbiter comes and checks if it's indeed a repetition, then they can agree to draw.
Yeah, because theoretically they can play like this till move 40, but it doesn't make sense.
No, actually, I think there's a rule, because this reminds me, one occasion we had in the Olympiad for the women team, they repeated the position something like 30 times.
Wow.
And I think that, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think after 5 times the game already is finished. But that's what I was told. I mean, I didn't really check the FIDE rules, but I think that if 5 times the position repeats, the arbiter already has to stop it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised otherwise. You play for 30 moves here and there, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, maybe for security,
No, I mean, everybody had fun, right? I mean, nobody wants to offer the draw because it's already 30-fold repetition. But
because, I mean, for sure, in case of, offering the draw or something like this, it can even go to some, I don't know, of course not disqualification, but for example, that both players not getting the points. I don't know how it is here. So in case, for example, players agree to a draw, or arbiter say them, okay, resume play, or he will say, okay, both are getting zeros. Like,
Imagine before making the 30th repetition, you decline.
and then he's playing Bone Cloud.
Right, yeah, sure.
This is the fastest way to reach 40 moves.
Right, but here, actually, you know, for Nadic, this is not so bad because remember, he was choosing the 8th number in the pairings in the opening ceremony. What does it mean? He starts this very strong tournament with 2 black colors. Yesterday, he won a very nice game with black against Salem Select. Today, he effortlessly could make a draw with black. So that's already the perfect start for Nadic. And now he's thinking, should I? Should I do it? Because maybe he has chances. Maybe his opponent is not very happy. Maybe he is still having in his mind the previous results from the Rapid and Chess 960, which Nadic lost. Nadic won, yeah.
Nadic won, yeah. And yeah, I think he still, you know, has this feeling of, I mean, at this moment that he feels that Gukesh is uncomfortable and he can still try to push because he had, you know, okay, his rapid tournament was not that bad, actually. His Chess 960 is a start. He had to warm up a little bit. But yeah, rapid tournament was not that bad, but still he needs points in order to try to fight for the top. I mean, for sure, the victory would be much better for him, but he also understands Gukesh is strong. Gukesh is just, you know, growing and getting better and better. He's very young, so he should consider all of these details before going for this decision of of the triple repetition. But
all right, let me try to move on.
Maybe just before we move on, just let's think, if not triple repetition, what black can do?
Well, you can play many moves like f5 or d6, maybe even c6, maybe d5. White wants to play next f3. So for example, let's say we decline. We are ambitious. We play 5, f3, takes. Now, I guess this trade is not very good because white has more space. He has bishops. So now if you give a check here, queen d1, and if I keep the queens on the board, white could have access to king f2.
Yeah. Actually, I'm sorry, but knight d2 already happened.
Knight it already happened?
On the board,
all right.
yeah.
We don't have it. We don't have it. Just a second. Let me try to refresh the board. Maybe
Queen d2 happened.
something has happened.
Yeah, we have the moves.
I think we have the moves, right? We have the moves back.
Queen a1 is being played.
Finally, yeah.
Oh, queen b1, sorry.
It's fixed. It's fixed. The relay is fixed. So we are back. We're finally seeing the live moves.
So queen b1 has it. So most likely we will see the handshake now.
Queen d1, queen b1. Let's try to test this. Just a sec. Let me refresh this board as well. Yeah. Queen b1. Why is it not allowing me to play?
Maybe refresh one more time.
Yeah, let me try to do that. All right.
And queen d2, queen b4, queen d2.
Okay, this is strange. For some reason, I couldn't use this board.
Yeah, I think it will be. Yeah, they're repeating queen b1.
Anyway, it looks like indeed the game is approaching the finish because after queen d1, queen b1, I don't see how white can escape the draw. So Nadic probably has made up his mind. Now maybe he's going to check something else more ambitious, but I think he's a very pragmatic player.
Yeah.
So
queen
yeah,
b4.
queen b4, he's happy. Of course, I mean, it's the dream start for Nadic, basically 1.5 out of 2 against strong opponents. You see that Gukesh is claiming a draw, but I'm not sure if he can do it without asking an arbiter. Probably.
I think they're discussing something, but
He physically,
probably he
Nadic
plays.
reminded
Yes.
of the rule, I think. He reminded of the rule, and now
And
physically
now-
make triple repetition.
Yeah, and now queen b1, and this is a repetition.
Yeah. All right.
All right, so most likely we will have the players here at the studio. Maybe we can still have a chance to talk with Gukesh about the first round game.
Right? Yeah, it would be great. It would be great to have them here with us. Okay, no. Okay, we have some issues with the relay here. Let me try to fix them. No, no, just a second. I can do it awkwardly.
And arbiter is checking if everything is good, and I believe he's accepting, right?
Right.
He's checking.
All right, what do you think what we could do here? Now we could make something like 5 minutes break, 5-10 minutes, because we would love to have both players here with us in the studio so that you could hear their thoughts about the game. In the meantime, we're going to try to resolve issues we have with the live board. Something is a bit off today, but either way, it actually is still ongoing. One of the first games here has been finished. So don't go anywhere, and hopefully we're going to get our very first interview of the day. See you very soon.
And welcome everyone. We are here back with Gukesh, who just finished his game, the first game of the second round. It was a draw against Arkady Naidic. So, how was this game today? How did opening come out of you, like from your perspective? Because we felt like it went not so in the right way.
Yeah, I was not really expecting this line,
Mm-hmm.
and like here, I bishop e2 is the main move, but I played b4, which is also possible, I think. But after a5, I should go b5, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, bishop b2 was just horrible. And after take knight e4, which I underestimated, it was very hard to protect this pawn, and then he just maybe black also had some chances to be better, but okay.
Actually, we had some information that after Queen C2, such game already happened. Carlsen played against Naidic, actually exactly
Oh.
same, and it was basically all the same. So rook takes, bishop
Was
takes.
Magnus white or?
Magnus was white, yes, and I don't know if Queen
I
E7
thought
was
knight
played.
a6 was just very strong for
Mhm.
black here. The point is that after b5, knight b4, queen, I don't know, somewhere, and then queen a8, and he gets queen a5, and this is probably already lost for white, because bishop e2 I get queen a1.
Hmm. But you were not thinking about protecting the pawn instead of
Knight a6.
playing b5, yeah,
It was hard,
like Queen
actually.
b2 or Queen b1.
Yeah, queen b2. Let's say queen e7.
And then b5?
b5, I thought queen b4, and it's
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um,
unpleasant. Yeah.
maybe I'm mixing up something, but maybe because here knight d2. In my calculations, somehow knight d2 was not working.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
But yeah, Queen c1 like more flexible, not to get this knight before.
yeah,
idea.
I just wanted to not allow this tempo to
Mhm.
attack my queen. But yeah, after this, I think here we were after the game we were discussing knight c6. If b5, then knight a5, and this was probably the best to pose some problems for white. But I guess it should be equal with maybe this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, queen b2 and d5 was his point, but okay, something like c5, and even though it looks ugly, it should be around equal, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But after queen e7, it was just a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here already you also didn't consider this Queen b2.
Queen b2, I think here already knight c. Maybe this was the line. Yeah, b5,
Mhm.
queen b4. If knight d2 here, then rook a8, and b6, rook a1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black is just too active, so you
Mhm.
had to go for a draw.
Yeah. Okay, I was not really playing for a draw this game, but okay, I had no choice.
Mm-hmm. So yesterday we had quite an amazing game from you against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Maybe quickly we can check that one, because it was quite an amazing. Quite an amazing game, and one of the wins with the black pieces. Yesterday were 3 wins with black pieces, so
Yeah.
maybe some highlights from this game. Of course, it was a pretty exciting one.
Yeah, so it was my usual. We both played our usual openings, and knight d5, Abdusatorov had a game against Aryan Chopra in Sharjah, so I was prepared here. So a4, bishop e7, this is all well known, and here, okay, there are a lot of moves, but I did not know this b4 move, and he played it quite quickly also. This is probably common, but I did not know it. So from here, I was basically on my own. I played some natural moves, f4 maybe, like restricting the bishop and maybe developing the bishop to f5. Here I thought maybe to stop bishop f5, bishop d3 is a move, but I might get some f3 or knight d7, knight f6 even.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, a5 and bishop f5. Okay, I don't know what's white white's best way to play here, but
Yes, the problem is like if something like knight c4, then knight
knight
d7,
d7,
and
yeah.
the square is protected. Oops. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he has to trade the bishops quick, so like bishop g4 or something.
Yeah, like similar what happened.
Okay, it should. It's just a game, but here c4. I felt it was. I mean, what he was doing with knight b1. I understand he was trying to get to e4 because I've seriously weakened the square, but with all the pieces here and all my pieces developed, also my pawn structure is quite good. So I thought I should be having something g- something active here. And I played bishop f6, which was a good move, but I think bishop g5 was better because now I'm getting e4 directly. He can't protect the square twice, so knight c3, e4. And I think the point is that now if bishop g4, I just go e4, take rook f5.
Now rook can take.
Yeah, and okay, this is a very active position. Okay, bishop g5 was better, but bishop f6 was also not bad. And yeah, here the point is that he can't move his rook because the b1 knight is hanging, and my threat is e4 attacking the rook. So
It was very unpleasant for white standing all the pieces there. Yeah.
so bishop g4 was probably the only move. Here I have to take because it's not protected. I mean bishop g6 is possible actually. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes you have to drag. Yeah.
My bishop g6 was my initial what I was planning to play, but surprisingly this move is quite strong because this knight is awkwardly. I mean it's a normal square, but it doesn't have a good square now. If e4, then he takes on d7, bishop a1 and bishop e6 check, and then he takes on a1. So if rook f7, then bishop e6. And I was thinking maybe this move, but okay, this was not really very nice. So
Yeah.
so I decided to take and e4. Yeah, rook a3. I have to protect this pawn. And also, if I could play bishop g5, it would be nice, but queen e6, queen e4 was a problem. So bishop
And were you considering knight e5 or just it was?
yeah, I did consider, but I think he just takes. And okay, knight c4 maybe. Knight c4 and I don't know, rook moves. I
So
didn't
just-
really want to give up this pawn, these 2 pawns.
So you protected everything.
Yeah, I felt with these 2 pawns there will be a lot of attacking possibilities. So knight f6, queen e2, and here I have to play f3 because I can't protect the pawn. f3 take, knight h5. And okay, I've sacked the pawn, but I'm getting the queen. He has to take knight e4, queen h4, and yeah, knight g3, rook a8. Yeah, if now he moves the queen, then I think just queen h3 and knight f4, bishop f4, rook f4, rook h4 is deadly. The queen has to be here to get rook d1, queen f1 and protect this pawn somehow. So queen c2 doesn't really work. But rook d1 was a good move, I think. If bishop g3, he just takes and my queen is also attacked.
So did you feel already here that you're having the concrete winning chances, or
I
you
was
still
not
find
sure,
some
actually.
defense for Abdusatorov?
I liked my position, but I couldn't be sure because his queen is near the king, and I didn't think I was already winning, but I thought practically it must be very unpleasant for white. And okay, here if I wanted, I could take a draw with this knight g3 and take queen g2, rook e1, and it's perpetual. So if I wanted a draw, then I could have taken, but I decided to play on as I didn't really think I was risking a lot. And
Sorry, we were looking here during the commentary. Was possible something like knight g3? Because the idea now, this probably can be dangerous.
yeah,
So probably here, I mean, this take should.
But also
Mhm.
fg3, bishop d4. This might be possible.
And no threats, yeah, because of the pin, nothing.
Okay, queen f6 would be nice, I think, but bishop d4.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, bishop f4 was played.
yeah, bishop f4. Okay, my initial idea was rook f6, but rook f6. But after this, I couldn't see how to get the rook here because I can't move the bishop, and I have to spend another tempo on rook f8. So I decided to play bishop f4 first, and then play rook f6. Rook d4, I thought was the best move, but not sure. So yeah, rook h6, and here queen d2 again is the only move I thought. And here again I could, if I wanted, I could take a draw with queen h3. The point is bishop f4, knight f4, and if he takes just queen h2, queen h3 is a draw.
But of course you wanted to push.
Yeah, I wanted to play on. So g5, I know it was a bit risky, but I thought, okay, let me try. Okay, here rook e4, I'm not sure. Here maybe he had something better, but right now I don't see it. So
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, rook e4. At first
Yeah,
I
but-
missed this move. Yeah, but if rook f8, if I wanted to keep the rooks, then rook e6, and I'll have to exchange this rook. And if knight f6, then
And
I
if,
think just king f1, and he runs away. So
and if rook f6, or it wasn't?
here,
Mm-hmm.
I think he still runs away.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Yeah, I didn't want to allow this. So
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it was more forcing to
yeah,
take and.
rook e4, fe4, knight f6, and okay, if bishop f4, I just take, and yeah, knight f5. It was important that I had queen h2, king f1, queen h1, and king e2, queen e4. So so yeah, he had to play king f1 here, and yeah, so bishop g3, and bishop g5. I luckily have this move. So bishop g3. If hg3, then still queen e4. So fg3, queen e4. Now if bishop g5, then queen h1 and rook h2. So here maybe this was possible, but no. Here queen h1 was winning, I think, because bishop g1, knight e4, and getting rook f6.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So king g1. Yeah. So knight g4. Now I'm attacking this pawn. Maybe h4 was possible. I don't remember what I saw here. Because
Mm-hmm. So maybe some knight e5, or it's not
because
possible?
knight e5, then bishop g5.
Ah, bishop g5. But the knight f. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
doesn't work.
So queen f3, maybe here. Yeah, queen d1, queen f1. So maybe h4. I saw rook f6. So the point is bishop g5, rook f2,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, queen d4, queen b1.
So yeah, the king is very.
Yeah, maybe it's winning.
Yeah, king is very exposed. Yeah.
And h5, I have rook f3. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, probably h4, rook f6 is important. And okay, queen d3. Yeah, I had to go back because queen f3, bishop d4. So yeah, I have to go back, and queen e5, queen d4, queen f5, queen d3. I actually thought it was a draw. It was a draw here, so I just quickly played queen e5. But after he played queen d3 the second time, I realized that knight e3 is very strong. I just completely missed this move the first time. I don't know, maybe he had something else not to repeat the position, in this position, I mean. But I didn't really see it.
We thought you just smartly wanted to repeat to reach the The
And
first
that's
control.
that was my excuse, but I just missed them. Um, yeah, maybe he has something better, but okay. He repeated, thinking that probably he thought it was just a draw, but knight e3 I luckily spotted, and then queen e3, queen b1, king f2 is rook h2, so king g2, and yeah, here I reached the time control.
Yeah, so here you had some time to think.
Yeah, and it was not easy actually. It looked like it should be easily winning, but it was very hard to find the win. So rook f6, king e1. Here my initial, like before the time control, when I was seeing this position, I thought this is winning, but he has a nice resource here. King f7, queen h5. If I go to the g file, he just checks again. I can't protect the rook, and if I go to the e file, then check, or rook e3. So I have to go to f8. Now there's no check, but I'm threatening rook f1, but he has queen e2, rook f. Rook. No, I mean queen g1, king d2, rook f2, and now he has this check because my king is on the f file. So here I realized that it doesn't work, and okay, now I thought with the king on g8, queen g5 is a problem, and also queen e8 he was getting in some lines. So I thought I have to make a waiting move with the king, but first I was not very sure about king f7 or king f8. But then I mean in this position, I mean, because if I move the king here, then he just gets rook d3 and rook d1 he protects. So, and still this doesn't work because of the same check. So king e1, queen b1, king d2, and here I was seeing king f7 or king f8. But one line I was seeing is king f7. Yeah, so king f7. Okay, I thought king c3 was the best move, which also happened in the game. And here my idea was rook f1, but this check was annoying. So king f8, I later found king f8. And yeah, so king c3 was the best move, I think. Rook f1. And here I actually couldn't find a win after rook b3. Okay, it should be winning somehow. That's what I thought during the game also, but I couldn't find a win because rook c1, king d4,
Queen a1 or
queen a1, and king d3, I think.
and rook d1.
Rook d1, king c2. So somehow it was just escaping, but then I saw something like queen c2, and so queen f3, king g8, because yeah, king g8, and maybe this is just winning, but yeah, he
We
played.
were thinking here instead of rook f1. Was it possible something like queen d1?
Yeah, this also I calculated. Okay, king b2 is the first move here. And
Yes, so
if
here
rook
rook
f1,
f1.
Here I think this move. This was the only move I thought.
We found looking something at here. Yeah,
Queen
queen b1, yeah.
King c3. Now it just transposes. Yeah?
Cool.
Rook
Yeah,
c7,
rook
king
c1.
d4,
Queen a1.
king d3, king c2.
Ah, yeah, it just transposed into this. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so this move I couldn't find anything here. Okay, it should be winning. Maybe rook
And
e1
rook
or
e1,
something.
yeah, rook e1, yeah. Rook e1, rook e2. But okay, like there probably could have been many ways, yeah?
Yeah. No, rook e1, queen f3 check.
Ah, yeah, queen f3, of course. Okay, so you played
Yeah, so
rook f1.
okay,
Yeah.
it should be winning somehow, but luckily he just blundered with queen e2. And I saw
Yeah.
this move, and g4 was again very important, I think.
So now rook f3 and
Yeah, now rook f3 is threatened, so he played king d4, and
yeah, this was
and rook d3, queen a1, and yeah, here king b3, rook d2, to protect c2 he has to play queen e4, and then rook b2, king a4, queen d1, and it's mate. So.
yeah. So very exciting game was yesterday, and so we wanted to ask you how you feel here in Biel because already you had Rapid behind you, and also Chess 960 was happening. You actually were leading at Chess 960, and yeah. So what are your feelings about the Biel Chess Festival so far?
Yeah, it's always great to be here. I played the Open tournament twice. This is my first time playing in the GMT, and yeah, it's a very strong field and already a lot of interesting games. Yeah, Fisher Random was a bit of a disappointment, but I got some luck in the Rapid. So yeah, and the first game, the Classical was quite good. The second game was not very good, but okay, draw against Nidich, it's not a disaster. So yeah, it's still a lot of interesting games left.
Yeah, and you haven't played before against Nidich, but you played already here in Biel some games, and unfortunately, I mean, you were on the way to win the games against him actually, but you lost unfortunately. How did you feel yourself before the game? Because maybe psychologically it's a little bit complicated to face someone you lost to just recently.
Okay, yeah, in the Rapid I was completely winning against Nidich, and I blundered and lost. But okay, Classical and Rapid are different, so I was just thinking about. Also, I had blacks in the both in the Fisher Random and Rapid, and here I had white. So okay, I was not really thinking about the previous games. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck for you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. 1 second. So we have some questions from the chat actually. So, okay. So you're playing the games, and also during the Rapid you're playing the games in the mask, so with the mask on. So how is it for you? Is it like physically difficult to play it with the mask on?
Okay, with the first time I played with the mask was, I think, in 2021, around I don't know, July, and I just got used to it. So I heard some people say it's hard to breathe and all, but for me, okay, with N95 mask it's quite hard, but with the mask I'm wearing, I think it's quite okay. I got used to it, and okay, it's better to be safe in these times. So.
Okay, sure. So another question. Of course, yesterday you won your game, so you reached 2699 or 2698.7 according to 2700 live. So did you feel any pressure before this game that, okay, you might reach it today?
Okay, I mean, when I started playing BL, I was already quite close, 2694. So, I mean, it was always on my mind, but it didn't bother me that much. I was just thinking about the game, and yeah, I just got like last 2-3 tournaments already. It's on my mind, so it's not a huge problem.
So not particular this game, just generally. It's,
yeah, just generally.
It's already a topic. Yeah, it's already time.
Yeah.
So another question from the audience, if it's not a secret, who are you working with? Who is supporting you? Who is helping you in chess?
Yeah, my current coach is Vishnu Prasanna from Chennai, and also I'm part of the Vishayanand Sir Academy, Vaka, and all the coaches there, starting from Vishy Sir himself, and Gaevsky, Sandeep Panchanda, and Arthur Yusupo. And also I'm working with some others whom I wish not to name. So.
And also you're part of the second team for the Olympiad for India, right?
Yeah.
So do you feel any pressure? Like, how do you feel yourself about it coming up?
I haven't really had much time to think about it. I've been playing a lot of tournaments, and okay, this BL is already quite a stressful tournament, so I'll finish this and then I'll have 1 week time, so I'll think about it after BL.
And also the last question from the audience, they're asking you how to get better in Sveshnikov.
I'm still trying to figure it out. I mean, it's just a very interesting opening, and probably Dubo or Carlson can answer it better.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. It was amazing game yesterday to follow. Today also, it was pretty nice to see your game. Good luck to you in the rest of the tournament, especially tomorrow. And yeah, hopefully to see you here for another interview.
Yeah, thank you.
We're back. We're back live from Biel. 55th International Chess Festival is underway. This is round 2 of the GMT Classical Tournament. Rapid Tournament is finished. Classical Tournament has started. A lot of action is still ahead. And before the break, you saw Domarai Gukesh showing his last 2 games. Really wonderful insights. But now probably we still have to continue the 3 ongoing games in the GMT.
Absolutely, we have still 3 games, 1 draw, peaceful result, but I'm not so sure that other games will be that peaceful.
Right. So finally, the board relay is working here. Once again, we had a minor issue at some time ago. So here, after 90 to h6, I believe, this was the last moment we saw it. Yeah, let me, of course, change the camera so that you can see it. And here we go.
Yeah, and here we consider that bishop h4 has to be played. White doesn't really want to take on f6, so yeah.
G6, look at
G6,
that.
interesting. We were looking at g5.
I was wondering if g5
Yeah.
is a possibility, because then after bishop g3, my big point was that maybe this bishop on g3 is not doing anything, but of course this would come at the expense of weakening the light squares.
Yeah, that's why g6 supporting still those squares, not weakening too much. And maybe at some moment, I mean, something like f5 can happen. Who knows? I mean, and actually king g7. Yeah, immediately king g7, and you know,
Maybe that's the careful move.
yeah.
Yeah, just in case knight h5 something, not weakening the h5 square.
Maybe some preparation really for some f5. What do you think?
Could be. Yeah, could be. Because, I mean, something like g5, here's the thing. I mean, when you're an experienced player, of course, this looks incredibly tempting, and I'm absolutely sure that Salem was considering this. But one thing about the pawns is that they don't go back, right? So you go forward, and that's it. You can never step back, unfortunately. So he decided, okay, I'm gonna play it solid. I like this actually.
Yeah, it's flexible and not giving up on ideas.
Right. So here, bishop a6 was played. King h1. I guess Yesipenko is preparing to play f4. Here, 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 and rook e1. By the way, we see there's another game just recently finished. Yeah, just recently finished. There's another game. Gata Kamsky has agreed to a draw. There was a lot of action while we made a break. Okay, let's very quickly switch to that.
If we want Gata is here.
And Gata is here. Is he ready to do the interview? Yeah,
With
Yeah.
Vince?
he's sort of ready, yeah? Maybe his opponent, right? Okay.
Okay.
Gata perhaps is not gonna join us. He's leaving, but maybe we are gonna get Vincent here. Let's check very quickly what happened here.
So we will not know about this opening.
Not from Gata.
Not
he
from
doesn't want to.
Gata.
He doesn't want to reveal secrets, right? All right. So last time we left it, I think it was about here. Queen g3, c4.
Would you like to come?
Okay.
So we have
is
Vincent
coming.
here.
All right, let's do it like this. So Vincent is going to be here. He's going to show us all the details in something like 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. See you in a moment. In something like 1 minute, Vincent is going to be back here in action, showing us his insights in the game.
And we are now back with Vincent Keimer, who just drew the game against Gata Kamsky. Hello, Vincent. How was your game today? It was quite an interesting opening what Gata chose.
Yeah, okay, I think he just wanted to prevent any kind of theory, and okay, we both spent quite a lot of time because I think it was... Okay, of course, I spent so much time because I already saw that, yeah, here, I mean, his whole idea is to somehow start pushing f5, f4, and maybe f5 or e5 then. And of course, I have to always be very accurate, yeah, I mean, if it works in the wrong moment, it's just bad. And of course, also move orders might be important, yeah, let's say maybe if I start b5, there are e5 tricks already, so I think I should... Yeah, that's why I spent some time here, but... Okay, we got to this position, and yeah, now we both don't really... I mean, I was never sure. Maybe I had always this b4 idea, and then, okay, if takes, then after bishop b3, I have the idea to play d5, threatening c4 maybe, but it's also not so easy, yeah. First of all, also, he can always play knight e2, and b4 is like the move that saves the bishop a bit, because I always wanted to play the c4 to cut the bishop, so that's why I started with this, and of course, this was also interesting already. I'm not sure that, yeah, who of us like this rook c8 king h1 more. But okay, I mean, basically the whole idea is that here I can always play b4, and then, okay, here c2 is saying, e4 is saying I'm threatening to take the bishop and everything, but of course he will never take. I mean, he has f5 or e5 or something, but yeah, it's very complicated, but I felt like it should be fine for black. Okay, he went for this. Yeah, and e5. Okay, I think if I go to d5, he will also just go knight d4, and now I don't really have a move. And okay, it's not like he doesn't threaten anything. Yeah, f5 and everything is coming already. Also, at some point, c4 might be hanging, and as I said, you know, the problem is that I just need to find some kind of an idea or a plan, yeah. So this d5 and knight g5, and I don't know, I felt like it might be a bit better for black here, but it's also not so easy because the attack is quite strong, and okay, you can say this bishop is very bad, but the bishop on b7 for the moment is also not really good, yeah, and I always have problems with f5, so okay, I think h6 naturally is natural, but now again f5 is threatening. Maybe I can just move the king, but I mean, I don't think it's easy, yeah, at least you have to be very precise. Of course, f5 is not the move I really want to play. Basically, okay, if he wouldn't take, I would be very, very happy. But of course he takes, and now the problem is I don't really have a good piece to take back, because I think after bishop f6, there's at least maybe already f5, and okay, you know, this can be... I'm not sure, yeah, I maybe can just take b2 and everything's good, but it's not like this... I mean, this can go really wrong, yeah, even with some sacrifices, bishop g5, rook e1.
Looks dangerous for sure, yeah?
Yeah, and it also was quite long time, but of course, you know, white is playing one piece down there, so it's not sure, but yeah, I mean, it's also the question, yeah, do you want to spend so much time maybe playing that bishop f6, maybe at the end finding anyway that, okay, it's the wrong move? And yeah, no, I think bishop d2 was a really good move, because he brings the bishop to the diagonal and also has rook e1. And now, the problem is I don't really have a good way to defend this pawn, because, okay, queen d7 is the wrong square, then I'm always running into knight e5, and okay, I would say long term, yeah, let's say, imagine, okay, yeah, I will go for some move. And now just knight d5, yeah, and then there's knight g6. And even, okay, if I take, I always have the problem that, okay, first of all, now h7 is h6 is hanging immediately, but even now someone, he will just go c3 and activate this bishop again, and then, okay, he has just great position. So that's the long-term problem if I allow him to go for this. So, yeah, I spent some time here to figure out that how can I defend this pawn, and I was not really sure how to do it. So, yeah, and then here it's very complicated. Of course, I can also play queen d7, but you know, as I already said, this queen that's the wrong square for the queen actually. So yeah, he will just go back, go queen e1. Okay, I have d4 is maybe the only idea I really had, because okay, now I open up this diagonal, knight g4 and everything, but again, it has to be very... I mean, e6 is just coming, also c4 might become weak now, so... But it looks so nice, yeah, I have this pin, and now queen h3 is already hanging in the air, but I didn't really manage to find something, and after knight f5, yeah, of course. I mean, I think this would have been the dream. Yeah, now I get d4, and all my pieces are on great places, and I will just have a really good position, but here I somehow, again, don't have a move. And then I went back, but I felt like it should be better for black at some point here, but yeah, I couldn't really find a way. I mean, of course, this bishop is bad, but first of all, I also need some strength to keep this bishop blocked there, and my bishop on e7 is locked as well, and it's not like it's dead forever. Yeah, it can come back into the game, and
still some pieces are near the king.
Yeah. It's not that easy. But yeah, I mean, black has some nice pieces, and of course, if I get what I want, it would be really good, but I didn't really manage to get that.
So now you're starting with 2 draws in the classical event. Are you satisfied with this, or how is it going, considering also, of course, the play?
Yeah, I think, okay, has been fine so far. Yeah, I mean, 2 really good players already today with black. Okay, I mean, I don't think I had that many problems, so I think I can be happy with the game. And of course, also Isipenko, yeah, I mean, he dropped a lot of rating. Yeah, traditionally he was always like 2.720 or something. So of course, also a really strong player. So I think totally fine so far. But yeah, of course, I will try my best for the next rounds.
But are there weak players there?
No, that's I would say the problem. Yeah, of course, it's also really good because you have many good games. But okay, you can only try. Yeah, I mean, you can't win a game without opponent making mistakes. So you need some help always.
Sure. There is a question from the audience. Everyone is eager to know, are you still working with Peter Liko?
Yeah, we are still working together. Like, I think soon it will be 5 years, so quite a long time already.
Wow.
Yeah.
And since he had quite a stable repertoire, you have pretty wide opening choice in that term. It's quite an interesting.
Okay, I wouldn't say I have that wide of a choice. Yeah, I mean, normally I think most players play way more lines than I do, so I wouldn't exactly say that. But okay, of course I'm trying. Yeah, I just finished school, so I'm trying to work as much on openings as I can, and then also use it. Yeah, if I can, obviously.
Okay, there was a moment in the game on 13th move here.
Yeah, after e5?
Yeah, so did you consider knight h5 here?
Yes, but it looked really weird, no?
And after queen h3, just g6?
Yeah, of course it's a move, but I was... it's so hard to understand, is it good or is it bad? I mean, yeah, it's possible, but... Okay, I guess if I take, then knight e5 will be coming, but... To me, it wasn't clear. Of course, the idea I understand. Yeah, the knight goes to no, knight goes to f5.
Yes.
But it's just that. Okay, I understand that maybe this is the best way, but it's not obvious why it's so good. Also, yeah, I mean, I can probably go bishop e3 or anything. And after knight g7, I also still might have some problems with knight g5. So I'm also not sure. Knight e4 now. Then okay, I guess that's a difference. Yeah, but okay. Now here there's h6 and knight is trapped, but okay. Yeah, I think that's too much. So yeah, it's possible, but I mean there's so many options. Yeah, I could also go to e8 or to d5, and okay, d7 was just a move I saw and felt like, okay, it's solid, nothing's bad happening with it, so I went for it, yeah.
And since Gata is also playing with you in one team in Szachron Dajce, did it somehow influence your preparation or game in that terms? But you played already quite a few games against Gata.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that. I would say that the more influence had that we had already played a few games, so I know more or less his style of play, and he also mine. So maybe that I think that always influences the fights, but I don't think. Yeah, I would say we both know that it's dangerous, those games. Yeah, I would say in openings usually you don't have that much of a problem against him because I don't think he's working that much with new top engines or anything. But of course he's top player still, I would say. And then it's just many interesting games against him already.
And this rapid tournament which you already had behind you, did it affect somehow your now classical chess preparation or something? Because
I tried not to, because of course, it didn't went too well, so you could say maybe you can try extremely aggressive and try to score few wins, but I just think the opponents here are too strong to do that, and it will just backfire if you do it, so I think you just have to wait for your chances, which usually you will get at some point, and then try to convert those.
Thank you so much, very nice attitude to it, and thank you for showing the game, and good luck to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
We're back. We're back. That was Vincent Keimer giving an interview from his game against Agata Kamsky. Yeah, unfortunately, we were not really able to follow it so much. We had some technical issues in the middle, then we did a break, and then boom, somehow the game's draw.
Yeah, that was pretty unexpected. We were expecting some fight because it looked like the position was going two sides of the board. Gata, of course, tried to achieve something on the king side. Vincent had some chances on the queen side, closed the bishop, but as he said during the interview and during showing the game, that he didn't feel that there can be really something. And we have 2 games ongoing in the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament, and we are going back to check what has changed, what's been new, because we were not really here for a long time.
Right. Last time we checked it, I think it was something like this. We're trying to make sense what is happening in this game. Then suddenly we heard that Keimer against Kamsky has finished, so we very quickly wrapped up this game. But we were discussing it about here, right? That White was preparing to play f4, and somehow he still didn't get so far because Black also is rearranging the pieces. So f4 at the moment is impossible because Black takes it. The queen on c7 protects it. So bishop e6, bishop c8, knight c4. Is that a draw offer?
It is a draw offer from both actually, because both repeated, right? Both players repeated, and
That is interesting. That is
so
interesting.
basically bishop e6 and knight d2 is going to make it a draw, right? We have 2 moves left.
So this is the position number 1. Position number 2. So, I mean, technically he can still play bishop e6, knight e2 and do something else, right? But yeah, now Salem is basically offered to draw. But these moments are really interesting because maybe Yesipenko is playing mind games. You never know because you can always legally repeat the position twice. Your opponent spends here like half an hour thinking about, should I accept the draw? Should I play on? Should I accept the draw? And for example, he made up his mind. He's like mentally ready to accept a draw, and then White declines.
Yeah, something like this might happen, and pretty unexpectedly. And also one of the good points about this repetition that players are going and reaching closer the first control, 40 moves, and it's very important because extra time is always needed. Time is finishing and the time is flying like crazy. So yeah, as we just had an interview with Gukesh, just we were back and the other game has just finished, and yeah, who knows what happens next.
Right. So you can see here in the camera, Salem is thinking. He's thinking and normally probably draw with Black against one of the ELO favorites of the tournament should be a great result, but he lost yesterday with White. He's probably not very happy with the result of finishing the game in a draw, so I wouldn't be really surprised that he's going to find a way to continue, because you look at the clock. I mean, he has 32 minutes. Yesipenko has 11. So maybe actually Yesipenko repeating the position could be like he's saying that he's fine with the draw, but also he's sending the signal to his opponent that he's ready to take the draw and asking him, make some risks here.
Yeah, and maybe that can be a tricky moment actually for Saleh Salem. If he's going for some risks, it can backfire, and that's really a very, very tense moment right now for him. But we had an interview yesterday with Arkady, and he said that actually it was quite a nice win for him, since he knows that actually Saleh is a white player, so he's playing with white pieces much better. So it was quite a achievement for him to win against him with white pieces.
Yep. So it seems. I mean, okay, if you don't, let's look at this position a bit more closely, right? Let's imagine Yesipenko doesn't repeat the position. So what is he supposed to do? So clearly, in order to have an active plan, you need to have some kind of a breakthrough. So where is it? F4, I guess you cannot take it, right? Because let's say F4, take it. E5 and something like knight G4 could be a problem.
Nine and rook f4,
Rook f4 could be.
g5, but g5 then.
Yeah, but there's
Ah,
this move as well, yeah?
yes. Actually,
And the
the
rook can-
bishop is hanging, so.
Right. So that could be a problem. Okay, maybe. Yes, Pekka is thinking. Instead of f4, I could play bishop g3. Now, there might be knight h5. And now you again cannot play f4, and there might be bishop g5. So he's thinking about this. Okay, maybe I won't play f4. I should play c3. I need some kind of a breakthrough. But c3, I mean, is it really promising me success? This looks weird, right? So maybe Yesipenko realized, okay, he might not really have chances to continue the game, to play it for the win. And now, what could else be done by Salem Saleh? Okay, bishop e6, maybe is not forced. Maybe knight h5?
Maybe. You know what I'm thinking here? I'm a little bit surprised that Andrei is not at the board, actually, when I said that he's just coming to the board, because he's actually very low on time. If we just see, he has only 11 minutes. And, you know, knowing, considering the fact that actually this is Black's decision now to accept a draw or to go forward, trying to play, to move on, to play on this position. He should be there at the game, but yeah, now we can see that he's still there and thinking, of course, he should use the time of the opponent.
He probably wasn't very far, right?
Yeah.
I guess he was just walking around looking at opponents. And now he's back, he's thinking.
Yeah, I mean, this knight h5, I don't know, like if it's,
I guess you have to take,
yeah, looks like.
not sure. Bishop g3. Bishop g3 also could be a move, definitely. But okay, let's say I take it. You couldn't take with the queen. The pawn on a5 is under attack. Rook takes on e7. And what if I start something like c3 now, right? I guess I can forget about the 4, and now I play c3. c3, do you take it? Don't you take it? That's a mystery.
No, it's actually a very interesting idea. You know, while Black was stopping one idea of White, pushing for a4, now White is actually going and trying to create something on the queen side. That's indeed something, you know, what Black has to consider while thinking to go for this draw offer or not. I mean, draw offer. Offer of the threefold repetition. It's not a draw offer because no draws offer are possible till move 40.
So for that, the players need to make 30 moves, of
Yeah.
course, but...
It's indirect move draw offer, of course.
Right, right. Okay, so if not bishop e6, knight h5, so clearly c3 is a problem. By the way, what happens if after bishop e6? Ah, right, after bishop e6, here's the problem. I think Black wants to keep the dark square bishop alive because it stops c3. Because now I'll have bishop b4 whenever I need it. Now that's why maybe here Salem Saleh is not happy to trade the dark square bishops, because then c3 could be a problem. For example, here, what was it? Bishop e6, knight e2, here, bishop g3, knight h5. He's happy to play this because c3 still is not a problem.
Yeah, and the most important that in that variation, you know, his pawn structure is still flexible with pawn on g6, and he didn't have to play g5 in order to push the bishop away. So I believe this bishop on h4 is pretty important for White not to allow these ideas. So, wow, actually, look at both players just thinking like this, holding their heads and just...
What do you think Salem is going to do?
I believe actually that the game will go on, to be honest.
I also
Knowing
think it will go on.
Saleh Salem, how he's playing, what is he choosing for, going for, like considering the rapid experience.
I think there's about 5% chance he's going to go for repetition.
Wow.
I think so.
I would say actually 70 to 30, but
5%.
Wow, you're just
5%. I think he's going to play on. He has to play on. I mean, the tournament system is asking him to play on. The situation in the tournament rankings is asking him to play on, because this is a healthy position. And sometimes you just ask yourself the question, I mean, are you really risking if this game continues? Because definitely there are going to be other chances to make it a peaceful ending if you have to. And yeah, I think he's going to play on, definitely. Let's check the other game.
Yeah, let's check meanwhile the other games. So we are having the Abdusattorov against Lek Wang Liam. Both lost yesterday pretty painfully. And yeah, both are facing against each other. And we have some improvements with the position we left actually at.
Whoa, what is happening here?
Let's go back a little bit. I don't know where we exactly left this position.
Right. So we left it some time ago.
Yeah, some long time ago.
A long time
So we
ago.
were discussing this knight on c3 was not the typical idea, yeah. So that's why knight is going all the way to g3 now.
Yeah, knight g3.
Remaneuvering.
Not playing a 4. Now he took it. So far it's really peaceful. Knight h7, queen h5, knight g6, knight f5, some maneuvers here and there. Not much is happening. f3.
Interesting. F3.
That is already a very committal choice. Knight e3, b5. Black starts to push back white's pieces. Knight e6. Look at this.
I'm just interested. I was thinking to take on why not to take on b5 and then knight e3.
Take here. And knight a3. And if I play c6.
Okay, but then pawn is on c6, you know, and queen cannot really access.
You want to go this?
I just remaneuver the knight. Yeah, so just idea that that queen can be. Of course, before will not be pushed, but I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it doesn't really matter if the pawn is on c7 or on c6.
Actually, I think black likes it because it controls the d5 square. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, of course, the big question is, oh my goodness, I think I moved it a bit too far.
Yeah.
The big question is who favors opening day file. So b5, the fact that you can take on b5 doesn't mean you have to do it. So knight e2, white plays. He keeps an option to take on b5 later. Here, queen f2, knight e6. Oh, look at that. Great move. But
Wow, g3.
yeah, and now, actually, you know, I'm starting to wonder, Angelika, was this fine for Abdusattorov? Why he allowed this? Because black gains access to the f4 square. Maybe it was more cautious to start with h4, and then g3.
I mean, it's very interesting that he went for this g3 since, I mean, he should have thought about this h4 for sure, like g3 and h4. I mean, h4 looks.
He definitely saw it. I mean, I wouldn't say like, oh, h4 comes in, right? I missed it.
Yeah.
However, it always, at least at this level, it comes down to the valuation. I mean, how do you evaluate? So, for example, maybe Abdusattorov saw it. It's like, okay, I have an extra pawn, no big deal. I'm always going to play knight g2 f4 something. And then, look at this. I mean, king h7, knight h5. I start to like black's position more because black gets a very firm control of the f4 square.
Yeah, and basically, I don't know if Notterbeck is any happy with the things how they were going from this moment on. I mean, maybe later it was. Wow. So that was the idea.
So he tries to gain access to the f5 square.
So he's trying to do the same, but.
Yeah.
But I believe the thing is that black is not forced to take on h5. That's the problem, no?
Yeah, that's the thing of chess, right? We can choose to take or not to take. So knight e4 was played, very nice, not accepting the pawn. H takes, F takes, A takes, A takes. So this is the position. I think actually it's a bit dangerous for white because you look at this position. Rook h8, king g8, or even, let's talk about the simple queen e6, right? Queen e6, queen h3, this could be a major threat.
Yeah, indeed. Somehow this pawn on h3 now is a weakness because, and all because this g3 was played earlier. Because of this g3 move earlier.
Yeah, once again, we have to go back to this moment. I don't like it, to be honest. I wonder what he missed. Did he really miss knight f6? Because maybe his thought process was that if black immediately occupies the f4 square, you just play knight g2, right? And if the knight goes away here, you play f4. Everything is good, right? Everything is good. You have a pawn. And suddenly black played this knight f6. Knight h5 is unstoppable, and white cannot really fight for the f4 square because the knight on d2 is not in the right place. It's not on e2. Then you could actually fight for the f4 square.
Yes, indeed. I mean, black didn't have immediately go for this f4, but getting with the knight all the way to h5 and then to f4. And now it feels like, black is controlling very nice squares. F4 and d4 are the most important squares for black to occupy. For white, the most important are d5 and f5, but f5 is not possible to be occupied. d5 is possible, but with complications and problems for now. So yeah, and also c6 can be played at some moment to absolutely take control over the d4 square. And yeah, the knights are indeed very nice for black, so I also prefer the position from black.
Absolutely. Yeah, these are monster knights on d4 and f4. The extra pawn for white doesn't even feel. The pawn on g6 takes away some important squares for the white knights. Rook h8 is a very obvious idea. Black can always play c6 to secure also the d5 square. So if I'm playing here with white, I'm thinking I should get rid of those knights very fast. I guess knight g2 should be the top choice.
Yeah, indeed.
But is this even a threat, right?
It's not even a threat, right? So
I'm not sure. If I play something like
King g7?
maybe rook h8, just to position the rook here, take. Knight e2 is knight x and c2. So what do you play?
Yeah, everything is pinned. Everything looks pinned.
No, there's one, no? Knight f1, king g7. Oh. Incredibly
yeah, it looks dangerous.
risky.
It looks very, very dangerous.
This
I
knight
don't
can
know.
go here on e5, b4, fix the knight. I don't think he can do that.
Yeah, normally after the opening or after middle game stage, usually white has more space, and here we can actually observe absolutely opposite of it. Black is really having very nice space advantage, and yeah,
So Yesipenko game has finished in a draw.
actually just finished. Wow.
Yep, they just finished. I got the message in the chat, so of course, thank you for keeping us updated, because when we're following one game, we don't see what's happening anywhere else. So that was my 5%.
And my 30%.
And you're 30%, because I said that there's about 5% chance. There's about 5% chance that the game is going to finish in a draw, and it did agree to a draw. So
Sometimes predictions of the commentators don't work out.
I failed big time.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's fine. So far we're having draws actually in the round 2. Very unexpected, I would say, because yesterday's rounds were all very. Everyone played aggressively, even sometimes completely losing position as Saleh Salem tried to still get some chances. And here we see he's going for a draw. He doesn't want to play on. And I believe he also realized that maybe this d4 move in the opening was one of his, this mistakes or inaccuracies.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's going to say, if he is going to join us here in the commentary, because it would be nice. Would be nice to hear their thoughts. We felt that d4 was, yuck, not very good. But then again, you look at this position more closely, and it's not even clear where Yesipenko misplayed. Maybe he should have went for f4 earlier. Maybe knight c4 was not very good. We felt that weakening the light squares is not very good, opening the light square bishop, but maybe we'll have the chance to ask these questions to them in person.
Yeah, hopefully after they are going to analyze. Yesterday Saleh Salem analyzed really a lot with Arkady Naiditch, so yeah. We hope that their analysis will stop soon. Of course, they're looking, since they agree to a draw with a threefold repetition now, it is important for both to show, what might have happened and everything, and they're looking at what they wanted to do. Now they can show their cards, so to say, to each other.
Right. At least they look to be in good spirits. So no regrets. Draw is fine. Both players get 1.5 points. So very quickly looking at the results, what else has been played here today? You see Gukesh played a draw against Arkady Naiditch. They played a Bogo Indian defense. Apparently Gukesh slightly mixed up something in the opening, played an early b4, and then in the interview he said he had to be slightly careful. Naiditch, one of the experts of the Bogo, made an awesome advertisement for his upcoming course in the Bogo. Gatakamsky tried to play an offbeat approach against Sicilian Najdorf, but it didn't quite work. And also we don't have yet the score, but Yesipenko against Salem Saleh is a draw.
Yes, and hopefully someone or both players will join us now for the interview to share their ideas about the game. And yeah, we are having one game ongoing actually in the
I have a
the
feeling this is
GMT?
going to be the decisive result, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, today we have quite a peaceful game, but quite a peaceful day. Where is it? Yeah, but so far for Abdusatorov, the tournament is starting like a disaster because I
Yeah.
mean, yesterday he lost with White. Today with White again, the second game in a row with White. He's again in trouble. I mean, this is really unpleasant news to him.
Yeah, incredibly not good start of the classical part of the event for the world rapid chess champion, indeed.
Not the phone is on the board, but for the moment we are going to keep an eye on Yesipenko game. There's a good chance that they might come down in a moment, and in the meantime, there's something like, I think this game is not going to finish the next half an hour. So I think we are going to make a break now because
We have Banus actually Tamas here.
yeah. So there's a good chance we might get 1 or 2 or even 3 players here with us because the games are finishing also in the MTO. So what we are going to do now, let's do it something like 5 minutes. So we're going to try to get somebody here with us in the studio. Also use the opportunity to ask the questions in the chat and don't go anywhere. Biel is coming back with action very soon.
And we are back, and now we're actually having an interview with a player who is playing the Masters tournament. We're here with Banus Tamas. Hello, Banus, how are you doing? What is your tournament going here in Masters?
Thank you. Hi. I'm doing fine. I won today. Yesterday I was a crazy game, but today I managed to win, so it was nice.
So now you have 2.5 out of 3.
Yes.
How do you feel about your start?
I think I started the same like the last 3 tournaments I played here. So I think it's fine. So 6 rounds left. So far I cannot tell you so much.
So maybe you can show us some highlights from the game
Sure.
from today.
Okay. Yeah, I was expecting I was not expecting knight f3 d5. He's a king's Indian player, so I didn't know what's going on after one d5, and
So you can just,
I
yeah.
can touch the screen,
Yeah,
right?
you can touch.
Okay, so he played d5, d4, knight f6, and here I wasn't sure what to play, so I thought I go some solid line with bishop f4, and he was quite blitzing out the moves, so I wasn't sure if it's a preparation or running into some preparation, or he's just trying to be confident or something. So yeah, here this is a line with bishop f5. I already had a game last year in European Championship, individual championship, and it was going like bishop b5 and I think rook c8 against some Romanian youngster. I managed to beat him, but it was a crazy game. And now he played e6, which I'm not so sure about. I played knight e5. I guess in case of rook c8, I think g4 is the move, but now just g4. I'm not so sure if it's working, and bishop g6, h4, and trying to catch the bishop. But he played queen b6, and here I wasn't sure again, because this is a line. If he plays queen b6, queen b6, and now c4, and dc4, a4, and now this is a line. But we got the position like this with an extra e6 and knight e5. And maybe I had to take on c6 and b takes knight takes knight c4, but I wasn't sure about queen a6, and I think it's about equal. I think it's very important not to play bishop b4 check, because then I just play bishop d2. I think he needs to
Keep the bishops, yeah?
keep the bishop on the board because of the dark squares, but. Yeah, the game was a bit chaotic after bishop b4, castle short, and what I was missing it was that he doesn't have to take on d2. And I thought after bishop takes d2, queen takes d2, I have to be better slightly. Castle short, bishop takes c6, b takes, knight takes c4, because of the dark squares, you know, just rook fc1, next move, and try to push b4. I have the c5 square. Okay, he has the d5 square, but I think my bishop I think my bishop is better than his bishop. But which I was missing, it was castle short, and knight takes d4. He can actually take on d4, and knight takes c6, queen takes f4, knight b4. Whoops, and a6, and this was yeah.
Disappointment.
Yeah. This was a line what I was missing, and now I played queen d6, and I think he had to play queen h4 actually, and I don't think that I can keep the piece, because knight b6, rook d8, bishop d7. He might have e5, and
Some action.
yeah, some action. It's never boring, huh? So
We have real pawns here, and then
So yes, I didn't know how to keep the piece, but I was planning to play queen g3 with the same idea what happened in the game, and queen g3, a g3, a b, and I think I'm better slightly, because knight d6 is coming, and this bishop is just bad. I can play f3, but actually what happened in the game, it was a worse version for him. After eb5, I think this is a very, very unpleasant. It doesn't look so much, but actually the b7 is weak.
knight is already on d6.
Knight is already on d6. I have the a file, and here he spent, I know, more than 30 minutes, which made me sure that he's not really happy about his position. So.
Yeah, even though he has 4 against 3, those are pawns not mobile. They cannot do
Yeah,
moves.
yeah, exactly. And the b7 is just too weak. And once I take it, I think my b5 pawn is going to be extremely dangerous. So I didn't see how he can protect. So he played bishop e4. It was a bit desperate. I played f3. I was really happy about this move, because now I could make a Luft on the first rank by a tempo.
Could
So
you play b6 and protect with a knight the pawn in case?
whoops.
Yeah, b6. Oh,
Sorry. If he plays b6.
already c6. Yes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can play knight c6, because now knight d7 and knight takes f7 is threatening, So also rook a6 at some point is coming, and also this is hanging. This is weak. But I wasn't sure that I wanted to make this move. I can also takes, and just play rook c1.
And rook cannot enter on the
Yeah, I
second.
just play f3, rook c6. Sometimes the exchange of the rooks are also beneficial for me.
Yeah, because the
so.
pawn is on the dark square.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And this bishop is just completely useless. I mean, this b4 knight didn't do so much, but it was just covering the very important d3 square. So it was the only point of the b4 knight, but yeah, it did the job. So he played bishop e4, f3, bishop d5. No, I think this was already losing position after rook c1. And what he did, I think it was almost the only way he could still fight on, but yeah, because just rook c7 is coming. So he played king f8, rook c7, knight d8. If he plays rook d8, here I wasn't sure that what's going on.
Knight f7 possible?
Knight f7, rook d7, and I think this endgame has to be winning somehow, but I just couldn't. I just didn't know how can I just where should I place my knight after the exchange, or no, b6 is just not working. King f7 and rook f7 as well. So
Exchange the rook and exchange the bishop.
yeah, but okay, just takes. Knight d5, e d5. His king is very close, no?
Knight is
And b6. And just king e7. King is
but
coming.
king is also coming to e4.
Yeah, but king e7 is a huge tempo, and then d4, knight c5. So I didn't want to enter such a line where I don't really see the end. So I think I can start with this knight d5. I think I can take king g8 and maybe taking on b7, and just rook b8, rook d7, knight f6, rook d8. So this has to be winning. I think I had multiple lines where I could be better, but what happened in the game it was just forced. King f2, knight d6, rook b1. I think this endgame has to be winning.
Yeah,
Because my king is just is going to be improved by f4, king f3, and I think he made a huge mistake by placing his king on h7. Why not f7? So I would have played b6, and in case of, or I can play f4, king f7, and rook e5, just cutting the king out, and I thought this has to be winning somehow.
Yeah, so it was already winning
Yeah.
rook endgame.
And
Yeah.
one good day, my king can also just come to the queen side, and once it get it there, I think it's over. But I mean, he played very passively, so he didn't do anything. I could cut the king out, and it was just a piece of cake from here.
So thank you for showing the game. Tamás,
Sure.
you're the part of the Hungarian team for the Olympiad. How do you
Yes.
feel yourself, and how do you feel for the team, for the chances?
Dream came true. Come true. So it was just a dream from my childhood. I could have played 2 years ago, but unfortunately COVID came. So
Fortunately or?
unfortunately,
unfortunately.
no, come on, no. Unfortunately, of course.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm actually quite thrilled about the Olympiad. So this tournament is definitely a good
Warm up, yeah.
Yeah, warm up for the Olympiad. So yeah.
And you've
really
been
looking
Biel
forward.
already a few times. Do you enjoy it here? What is special about
Yeah,
the Biel
I really
tournament?
like this place actually. I mean the atmosphere is just beautiful. We are surrounded by mountains, and the food is brilliant, and also the town. I really like the town. So, and the playing venue as well.
Okay, thank you so much for your time and good luck for
Thank you very much.
in the
Yeah,
tournament.
thank you.
And we have another interview because the game of Yesipenko against Salem just finished. Saleh is here with us in the studio. Hello, how are you doing? Already a few tournaments have been played here, and finally we get
Yeah.
to interview with you.
Yeah, I played 9 tournaments, so finally interview, yeah.
Yes. So last year you won the master tournaments. It was quite an impressive result, right?
Yeah, actually, it was actually it was my first Open to win it. And
Really?
yeah, and actually when
Wow.
I finished my last game, because I was sharing first place with the Indian Grandmaster, and he beat me now during the tournament. So I thought the tiebreak is direct encounter. And then when I saw the list, I'm in
Oh.
first place. I was so happy. Yeah.
Because if I remember, actually, Kartikeyak was leading almost the whole tournament, right?
Yes, yes. I managed also to beat some good players, and I won last game against Pavel Yanov and many Indian, youngsters. Yeah, and so I deserve maybe to win that tournament.
Okay, congratulations to that result. And
you.
okay, now you're already in the Grandmaster Triathlon. You already said actually during the opening ceremony that it's already something you were going for, waiting for. You're basically you have the richest experience here in Biel playing the tournament. So does it help you somehow? Do you feel it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's as I said before, it's a dream. I saw so many legends playing on the stage, and I always dreamed of playing there. I actually got invited in 2020, I think, and I couldn't travel. And Nidec finally took my place, but now I
Now
came
finally.
and nobody took my place. Yeah.
And now actually Nadic also is playing. So
Yes.
everyone is here. Okay, so you played today against Andrei. You played with black pieces. We extra flipped the board for you,
Yes.
so you can look directly from your perspective.
Yeah.
So maybe you can share some insights about the game.
Yeah, okay. I didn't expect this idea with knight c3. And yeah, okay, this bishop d5, I wasn't really sure how to react, so I started playing on my own here. And I thought that queen c7 is an interesting move. I'm not sure actually what is the theory here, so this was improvisation. And the point is that I want to go, in some cases, d7, d5 in one go. And also my queen supports, in some cases, c4, c5 to close this bishop. So here I expected something like rook e1, I thought is interesting. And what he played was also interesting. Now, bishop g5, he wants to take on f6 and to trap my knight with b4, if I take with the bishop. So I have to secure my knight with b4. Yeah, knight e2 is... Oh, no. Actually, I expected knight e2. Yeah, knight b1 is interesting.
Did you have such ideas like playing b3?
Yes, of course. It's a typical idea to play b3 and just to, let's show, okay, in some cases just to close this bishop. I'm not sure exactly where to do it, but let's say, I don't know, here, knight g3. Yeah, in some cases b3. I mean, here it's a different game. It can work or not work, but it's a typical idea here because this knight is not playing. And if white takes with the pawn, then the bishop is locked. Otherwise, we exchange and the structure is ruined, and they have some central control. So knight b1. Yeah, okay, I took the center. I think interesting moment is maybe later. Rook d8. Yeah, rook e1. And here, maybe this is one of the critical moments in the game, because I wanted to play rook 8 just to keep the tension, and it's also an interesting move. But let's say if white plays like queen e2, there is a lot of tension going on in the center, and I feel that it's good for black, but I wasn't sure exactly how to play. And this d4, I think, puts pressure on white to show what to do, because black moves are very easy. Let's say I go sometimes h6, g5, or sometimes I just improve my king like I did in the game. If I can maneuver this knight to b6 in some cases and go c4, c5, c4, it can be dangerous for white. So I thought that this is a good move.
And did you consider taking on e4?
I didn't really calculate much. I saw that it exists. Yeah, but I like my center.
It's a legal move.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting idea actually. when I played rook d8, I didn't realize that he can go rook e1 because of de. I thought that he must go queen e2. But I just simply don't like to open this bishop. And I have a nice center. And after d4, I have more space. So I just on general terms, I didn't take de. No, nothing concretely.
But if you play d4, you also open the bishop.
I open, but I keep at least space. Okay. And this bishop, in many cases, it looks very nice. But it's actually doing nothing. It's hitting on f7, but there is no other piece supporting it. And actually, later in the game, I moved my king from g8, so it was just empty bishop.
Okay.
Just looks beautiful. So knight c4, yeah, exchange a5. It went very logical here. Yeah, h6. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's not much is going on. Yeah, g6.
You didn't want to go for g5. It was too much, yeah?
It's not. It's actually probably possible, but I can do it anytime I like. So why to rush it? Yeah, I'm waiting for, because once I play g5, I'm showing my cards, and white will react accordingly. But here I can just improve, and white is not sure how to put the pieces. So I thought that g6 is clever. Bishop b3, king g7, rook f1. Yeah, this was a nice idea by him to threaten always f4. Because white only contemplate could be with f4 and in some cases c3. Otherwise, black is playing alone here. So bishop a6. What is the idea? Okay, I wanted to play like, instead of bishop a6, if I try to go, let's say knight h5, and then takes, this knight's coming to c4, attacking a5 and e5, so I have to probably go back. And generally, exchanging this, my light square bishop to this knight is in my favor, in black's favor. So I just wanted to prevent knight from coming to c4 at all. So bishop a6, king h1. Yeah, here, okay, this rook h8 is just, I'm trying to scare him. I don't have clear idea, but I'm just putting this rook in front of the king. Potentially, like, sometimes my idea is knight h5, and after we exchange, white goes g3, and in some cases, actually, h5, h4 could be important. So I thought rook on h8 is useful. Queen e2, and yeah, rook here.
Just improving slowly, everyone.
Yes, I mean, here rook e8 is more like prophylactic, because in some cases, f4, like, I don't know if let me make some move, but maybe f4 doesn't work yet. What was I thinking here? Yeah, not sure. I was thinking about knight h5, but then I'm stopping f4. Yeah, so I think that f4 is generally an idea, and I have to be ready for it. Here, I think it's around here where I decided to make draw. It's an interesting moment, actually. So after bishop c8, yeah, knight c4. Yeah, here I spend a lot of time. Okay, I repeated once just to check if he's willing to make draw or not, and then I can spend more time, because if he's not willing to make a draw, then he has to show what he wants. And here I was considering many ideas. First is to exchange just this bishop, and the problem if I go, let's say, I do this. This knight on c5 is very beautiful, actually, but white gets to play with g3, f4. So this was one issue. So to exchange this bishop makes sense, but without allowing f4. So let's say knight h5 to control that side, and then after takes, let's say queen d2. And I didn't like my knight on h5. It stops f4, but it does nothing. And white, yeah, white is just waiting for black to show what to do. And I wasn't really sure. Maybe white in some cases can go c3. So one more idea is...
Actually, at this moment, people were asking that at this moment after the 23rd move, did you see that f4? F4
Works?
Yeah, after take, bishop takes.
Okay, bishop takes f6. I didn't see, but what's the point?
And then g3.
What? g3? Oh, still complicated.
This
And
is
then
the
rook takes
audience
f6,
asking.
yeah? Ah, okay, this is really brilliant. No, I didn't see this idea. I saw that f4 exists, but concretely with bishop f6, it escaped my attention. So, yeah, 4 was... And what was it? Was I okay or white was taking over already?
I mean, it was a strong move according to audience. I don't really know.
Uh-huh. Okay,
was
audience probably
taking
engine, so... Anyway, so I saw
Yeah.
f4 idea here, let's say.
It's a little bit easier when you're at the
When
computer.
you can, if you can read, yeah? So other idea would be to play g5, to just play against this bishop. And to prepare h5, h4, but here I was worried about something like c3. And okay, if I just take the pawn, then white goes for d4, and it's complicated. I don't know what really is happening. I thought about something like queen b7 to attack the bishop and unpin, but then the knight also jumps. So I couldn't really estimate this. It could be good for black, but it could be also bad. So I thought maybe instead of g5 to be smart and play this, then to prepare g5, h5, and there's no c3 now. But here, f4, I saw it here. So it takes, but not with bishop f6. I thought more like about e5. And I could go to d5 or h5. Let's say I go to h5, for instance. Takes, knight jumps. White is getting really active. All the pieces are playing. And OK, there were like some tricks like this. But I mean, white just moved the king, and there's no knight g3. So, and if I go to d5, I just thought that white gets a lot of play here, and I couldn't really estimate. It could also go wrong for black. So this was, yeah, I mean, here I had big time advantage, and I really liked my position, but I was calculating, and I really didn't find what exactly is the plan. I mean, to change bishops is natural, but then where to put the knight? To allow f4. If I don't allow f4, then my knight is misplaced. If I go for g5, then it becomes very sharp, and I didn't see any good version for black. So I thought that, and actually we are repeating here not because we want to repeat, but because actually after bishop e6, black is threatening. I mean, if white makes a pass, let's say, I don't know, some move, this could be very unpleasant for white if we exchange this.
Yeah, because two bishops and position is close.
Yes, yes, and actually this bishop is really bad. Even if I change it or I keep it, it doesn't matter. But this, yeah, then I can go with knight to b6, play c4, c5, c4. So he has to escape with his knight, and okay, then I repeat it, and it looks to me very logical. Yeah.
So you didn't go for the repetition for fun?
No, not for fun. No.
But we saw you were thinking for a long time before accepting.
It was very tempting to play because he had like 11 minutes, and maybe I had more than 20. But I don't think I could flag him here, so he would find enough moves.
Of course, it's not the candidates where there is no increment.
Yeah.
So yeah, you already said you played already so many times here in Biel. Is it like your favorite tournament, or why are you coming here?
I have to say it's my favorite. Yeah, I'm here.
Really?
Okay, I
Wow.
mean it's I'm playing here a lot. I'm playing in my home in Sharjah and Abu Dhabi. They are my favorite tournaments, and every summer I play. And okay, it's favorite, but it's also generally very strong tournament, and everything is nice. So, yeah.
And this year it's even more favorite because you're playing in the Grandmaster Triathlon. Yeah?
Sure, sure. Hopefully it will go as good as last year, or I mean, with good result, then it will be really good. Yeah.
So how do you feel yourself after playing the Rapid? We saw quite amazing games, but sometimes you miss somewhere something.
Play terribly sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yes, it's yeah. I mean, it's typical for me. I'm a bit unstable. If it can go either way. Yeah, so far it's interesting. I played some good quality games, and I was quite happy about it. Even in Fisher, I played some interesting games. And
Some
okay, there is
interesting
a
openings.
yes, yes, deep ideas and openings and preparation and so on. But okay, the result is not great, but my play I think is fine. Okay, the first round was not very good, but I'm hoping that it will change.
So what are your plans after the build? Are you going for Olympiad in Chennai?
No, I'm not going for Olympiad. I will have some rest, and then I'm playing in Abu Dhabi Masters, and
In
then
August, yeah?
yes, in August, and then Spanish League. It's my first time I play league ever, so
Wow.
hopefully it's also going to be interesting. Yeah, this is my schedule for the next 2 months.
Thank you so much, Saleh. It's always a pleasure to look at your games. You always try to find some ideas.
Yeah.
Even yesterday you tried and keep on fighting
Yeah.
and everything.
Thank you very
so
much.
much and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
We're back. We're back live with the action from Biel. That was Salem Saleh, the leading Emirati Grandmaster, sharing his experience from the game against Andrei Yespenko, making a draw. But we have action still ongoing because there's one more final game which is about to finish, I imagine, because Lekwang Liem has a winning position against Nurbeck Abdusatorov.
Yeah, indeed, time flies very fast. You know, while we were having those interviews, quite some moves were played. So let's check what was actually happening immediately. Let's dive into the position.
Right, a lot of things have happened. They actually have reached the second time control. So we left it about here after knight f4, knight e4 play by black. We felt that this is a dangerous position for white because despite the fact that he's the one having an extra pawn, right, these knights are incredibly powerful and there's some threats to get to the pawn on h3.
Yes, and afterwards, knight f1, rook f8, rook g4, knight h5. Wow, building even more pressure.
Some complications started because after knight f5, Abdusatorov clearly felt that his position is dangerous, so he tried to complicate it. G takes, rook h4 was his idea, going for a counterattack. However, after queen g6, knight g3, f takes on e4, the question is, what exactly he has? So we see the bar. The bar says white is completely lost, but is it so obvious?
Yeah, indeed, the black's king is also in a way exposed because the rook is all the way there on h4, and there are always these jumps with the knight. So yeah, I mean, it looks pretty dangerous for black as well. So in order actually to make this evaluation correct, black has to take some time and find the idea. And I believe with the times which we are having right now is still left from the normal time control, so from the 100 minutes.
Yeah, I think so, because they are supposed to get extra 50 minutes
Yeah.
after 40 moves. The time is still ticking. 2 minutes for like Wang Lian, but this already is move 41. This means they're going to get extra 50 minutes. There's not really any time trouble. There was no drama. However, things look pretty bleak for White, because now I ask a very simple question. What are you going to do after the very obvious knight x on h4?
Knight takes on h4, queen takes on h4, and
And at least I have this, but of course I need to make sure I'm not blundering some perpetual check, something like queen e4, king h8, and queen e5.
yeah, and actually this looks like
Might be a draw, unless of
Yeah.
course White somehow even starts to play it for the win. So probably knight h4, we have to seek something else. Let's just try to understand what's happening here.
yeah. So the threat are obvious. Knight jumps, and yeah, taking on h4 again is an issue.
Right. Unless, of
so-
course, after knight h4, black plays something else. I mean, by the way, I'm not even sure if this discovered check is so dangerous. Because knight f4 is at least queen h6, knight f6 check, maybe in some circumstances. King g7, rook g1, I just sacrifice the queen. Not really sure. For example, let's say I just take it, right?
I don't know. Yeah.
This needs to be calculated, right?
Rook g1 maybe first.
rook g1 first.
First, yeah. First, bring in the rook.
That's absolutely a move. There's d2, there's d-dex on c2. That also needs to be calculated.
I think if d2, it should be losing to knight f6.
Double check, yeah? And?
But there is also queen h7 instead of.
Oh, this I missed, yeah. You're absolutely right. Yep, very good point. Very good point. All right, so it's not so obvious. King h1, and now what do you do? Okay, there's discover check. There's a check. Let's just think.
And what if we play just something like rook f5? And the idea is, that king can go to the g7 or g8, and rook can protect with rook g5 at some moment.
Rook f5. I was sort of looking at the e3, to be honest, but okay, rook f5. And maybe the point is that after the check you take on h4, yeah? Then again, queen h4 allows to take the rook on d8.
Yeah, it's
So many moves. Check, 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 check. Take maybe at some point even. Okay, maybe take not. Rook h5, right? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rook h5.
Okay, what if I play e3? Because my idea is just to take on h4 for free. And now I just need to make sure I'm not losing on the spot. If I'm not losing on the spot, I'm winning.
Yeah, e3 looks like indeed a move because queen has to go somewhere. And if queen goes, just taking on h4 looks like a move. So we should check.
This loses.
We should check the knight jumps.
This probably. Oh, wait, it's not so simple, is it? Wait. So knight f4 check. Take, take. What's happening here? Maybe here, here. I assume that this is somehow winning. To be honest, I cannot calculate so quickly. So check here. And the point is that I want to sacrifice the queen. But is that even a win, actually?
And what about knight e6 first and then rook g1?
Even knight e6 is a move.
Because I'm somehow scared to give up everything and to stay with
Just a second. Okay, e3. Yeah, by the way, we didn't even check any other moves, right?
Yeah, of course. I also feel that it's good that players reached, this first control because it's an incredible position, very sharp, where a lot of moves are there.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Angelica. I wouldn't want to have this position as the 40th move, right? So I'm here to make a move here. I have to make a decision. You have to choose e3 or knight h4. Probably I would just play knight h4. I think if I was in time trouble, I would just take the rook, most likely.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try to make it work. Just a second. How many moves we have? We have e3. We have knight h4. What else we have? What else?
I don't know if rook f5 is working. Just was like this
Rook f5
idea.
is-
Like,
Okay, maybe. Okay, rook f5.
but otherwise, I don't see anything else. I mean, king g8 looks strange. King g8 is like.
It's a move I wouldn't even look at, to be honest. I mean,
Yes.
there's rook g4. But okay, let's try to test the most obvious move first, okay? So e3, maybe it's a big move. Okay, does this win? Take, take. Because we eliminate one attacking piece. And now we just need a very strong move, which maybe we don't have. So queen h6 is the obvious move I would like to make, but it's this check, yes? And then queen g6, queen h4 is repetition, at least. So that's not very good. What else? Okay, maybe we meet this move somehow.
Yeah, it's very complicated. So I don't.
I take it. Again, I think we were already at this line, right? I take on d3.
Rook g1, but we looked
Rook
at
g1,
this
yeah?
line, yeah, rook g1.
Rook g1. Okay, maybe this line can be improved. Like, I take it and play d2. Does it make any sense? Probably no. No, I mean, there's no way White's going to lose this.
It looks, yeah, at least there is a draw.
Yeah, probably even more.
Yeah, with a knight, I mean, queen can be just unstoppable.
And if I play d2, you had your beautiful idea of queen h7. That's a brilliant point. Okay, maybe it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, if we cannot take on d3, then what else? What else?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, it looks like black is stuck. Even my idea of rook f5 doesn't work because simply after rook g1, there is no rook g5.
So, okay, let's test the other obvious move, e3.
I think, yeah, knight on f3 is important to still have it,
Yeah.
not to take too early.
Yeah, stopping also rook g1, right? For some reason. So what was the move here we discussed? This we didn't check yet. Okay, let's say knight f4 check. So of course we don't have to take. We don't have to take yet.
But we can check.
I'm sorry?
But we can check take.
We can check, of course. So take it.
I mean, taking is just the most forcing, but yeah.
The queen is under attack, needs to be protected. And queen e7.
Yeah, and it looks like
This we already sort of looked at. It felt dangerous. It felt dangerous, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
we looked
the
at
king is exposed. There's a fair chance that there's at least a perpetual check. All right, all right. So, wait. Maybe there's king h8.
king h8.
Queen e5.
And now queen h7? No, queen g7. There
That's
is,
queen h5. Yeah, I could play queen f6, queen h5. Rook f6.
Rook f6.
Maybe this?
Knight h5.
That's a good move. And if I play here?
Yeah, probably just protecting. The idea is like queen h3 also is there somewhere.
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, I try to understand what's this, but I mean, this is just one check, right? I mean, there's no check here at all.
Yeah.
Okay, not very clear, right? This queen e7. Okay, maybe we cannot take it. If we cannot take it, maybe we remove the king. Somewhere. Where? The queen is also under attack now. So if you take it, I'm going to take it. Your rook is under attack.
Yeah, and it looks like over.
This also needs to be calculated, no?
No, but I think king is just going away. I believe, yes, white should look for something, but
This? That's also a problem. Rook g4 is a problem. Yeah. Rook f4, take, rook g1. That's it. You're done. So you cannot do that. Okay, what do you do, actually? What do you do? So white is simply going to take on f3, right? Okay, maybe e3 is not even playable. Okay, what else? I see the bar.
yeah, like
I see the bar. Black is completely winning. Does it seem like to
Really?
you? Yeah, black is completely winning. I don't see it yet. Maybe it's just one move. Maybe just one move. Just a second. Let's try to figure it out. We have all the time in the world. Oh. King G8. Maybe King G8. No, King G8 is Rook G4. King G8, Rook G4, Knight G5. No, this is not something I even want to have a look at. Or maybe Queen G2, not to miss any Rook F3 ideas. And there's.
But if we protect on G5, we can take. I mean, in case of something like H4, we can take on H5. So Rook F5, for example, H4.
H4, Queen H5, yeah?
Yeah. And
But is that even a winning position? It doesn't look like it's completely winning, to be honest. But okay, even Knight G3 is a move.
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah. No, this is so dangerous. Just a second.
I have a question to you, Arthur.
Yeah?
So if this position was a chess.com puzzle, how high the rating to it would it be?
You know, actually, that would be the major difference, because if I would know that this is a puzzle, I would know there's a solution. But when you're playing a game, you don't know. You don't know there's a solution, right? So I'm not even sure if, like, Wang Liam knows that this is winning. But, I mean, I guess he went for all of the sequence. He had something in his mind. It's not like it's random. It's never random with these very strong players. He saw something. And now he has extra 50 minutes on the clock. He just double, triple, quadruple, quintuple checking. If it's working, now he made sure it's working and did play something. What did he play? Queen H6.
Wow, Queen H6.
Actually, this is the move we didn't even notice.
We didn't even check this move. And this is actually, you know, because normally you don't want to put the king and the queen on the one file, but here it's actually working since the rook is under attack by the knight, so after knight jumps, it's...
So I want to win a queen immediately.
Wait a second, knight f6?
Yeah, knight f6, rook f6, rook h6, rook h6. And black claims he's doing awesome. There's rook g8, rook h3. The pawn on h3 is incredibly difficult to defend. Wow, that's an amazing move. I mean, because my first instinct is I want to protect the queen, right? I just discovered check, I want to do something. No, I mean, he's like, it's just a piece.
It's just a piece.
Just a piece. Like, let's do a trade.
Wow, incredible moves. So normally you don't want to go for something like this, but Queen H6 has happened.
So what do you play here? You're white.
I mean, probably white should accept the test, right? I mean, I don't see other move.
Okay, let's check it. Take it.
So what is now? It's white move. Now queen has to protect the pawn.
Yeah, but what? Queen g2, queen g3 is going to be rook g8, and that's it. The queen can no longer protect. Maybe here.
Yeah, queen f1, one of the moves. And, you know, idea like to bring the rook somewhere to a7 maybe. But then rook g1, yeah.
Maybe this. Yeah. So maybe something like rook a7 could be a trick. Oh, wait. I thought this is going to be a mate. It's not a mate. It's a check.
It would have been nice.
Would have been nice. And if I do it this, that's
a
not so winning. Yeah.
Maybe check intermediate. Okay.
Okay, somewhere I'll check, of course. It feels...
No.
Even this could be win. Oh, maybe it's winning, maybe it's not winning. I'm not sure.
I believe that black's knight is too far away.
I'm not sure. Tell you honestly. Okay, just a second. We did it very fast. Take, queen f1. Here. Rook h3 is too much. I play here, and now just go over the king, right? King g8.
King
No checks.
G8. No
Check.
checks.
Check. Resignation. Because this is killing.
And you know, like it's only the rook and the knight for the queen. It's usually, you know, not something which is challenging the queen, but this is in this particular position. Simply, the king is just too much in danger.
Once again, take. King g2 should be disaster. King g2 should be something. Check. Take.
But isn't it... I mean, even rook g1 can be tried, no? I mean, instead of taking on
Yeah, but I'm going to sacrifice the queen.
Yeah, but it
I'm
feels
not sure you
like
have enough pawns. It needs to be calculated, right? I mean...
we can check. We have time.
Take. here. Something like this we already saw.
Yeah, but this at this moment actually there is one. Oh no,
It's the
actually
same. It's
the
the
same.
same. It's the same.
It's the same.
No, but to be honest, I think I like this mating net
Yeah,
that might occur here. So something like rook h3, rook h1, rook h2 ideas somewhere. Let's say take it, and there totally should be a win. Totally. I mean, something like rook f8, or something like maybe just take the rook.
I mean,
Maybe give a check first. I mean, the rook is no. This should be winning. This should be winning.
this is incredible how Le Quang Liam found. I mean, this is the most illogical move probably in the position, and it's working. I mean, if it was a puzzle, I believe the rating should be for sure. I don't know how much, like 300, 3,400 or 500 plus.
A difficult one. A
Very
difficult one for sure. Yeah.
Even when you're looking for a move, so we, for example, saw, okay, evaluation bar showing, okay, black is winning, but we still couldn't find the move. We didn't even reach that queen h6, and Le Quang Liam just showed us, okay, here is the move.
Yeah, but I think he saw it. Again, I think he saw it from the start, right? Here, he had an idea to play queen h6. Maybe he had like 3 candidate moves that are perfectly playable. He had decided to play queen h6 before he went there. He made sure it's working, then he played it. Yeah, but it's a very difficult move, right?
But it was very important that, for example, something like knight takes on h4 would lead to the draw. So he knew already that, okay, he will reach the first control. He will have idea to take on h4, so he will have idea to draw the game. So he is not really basically risking with anything. And yeah, he just found the queen h6.
Right. All right. So what is happening here? What else is happening here? So by the way, I'm not even sure if black is yet threatening to take. Maybe he is threatening with now with e3. Now that's a big thing. And then take the rook for free, because the queen is protecting the rook on h4, and the white would probably already in such a dismal situation just love to take on h4 and have some counter chances. So if not knight, what? Oh, sorry.
After queen
Yeah,
h6.
after queen h6. If not knight f6, this is not a check. This is not a check. Maybe this can be still tested.
No, but after knight h4, I believe it's already different story, right?
Is it? I mean,
Rook f4. Ah, wait, sorry. There is a
yeah,
there is a rook.
yeah.
There is a rook hanging.
No, there should be something more direct, like rook d2.
Yeah, rook d2.
Oh,
feels
that's a
like-
big move. Maybe threaten with some mate here. And now again the same check. Somehow wins. I'm not sure how exactly. Who's doing?
Yeah, I
Who's
mean,
doing?
this is a good
I don't see
question.
doing, by the way. Just a second.
This is a
Wha-
good question.
Yeah, d takes on e4. What do I do? It feels winning, but where? How? Maybe this? That would be
Maybe
a
we
big
need
move.
some preparation move, like something like rook d7.
Rook d7?
Rook d6. The idea is that king can go to g8 after the checks, and then rook d6.
And if I
can
go
protect.
here? It's not the
okay.
same, right?
Okay, it's not the same, yes.
Yeah. And maybe rook g7, I just take on f3. No, I think something like there could be some quiet move like queen g5, attacking the rook. Rook g4, you just take the piece. You're threatening to take on h4. Queen g3, okay, that would be mate on g7, but queen g3, I can just take it, I guess. But there could be the only move basically like one check, knight f6. And I'll play something like, what do I play actually? Because rook
King
g4 is a
just-
move.
Yeah, then it's not working. King g7, king g6, rook g4.
Unless I sacrifice the queen.
Wait a sec.
Yeah, queen g4 is knight g4, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah.
Okay, let's try to figure it out. Take. I think he should play it because, I mean, what else? Because I think Nodrbek already has figured it out. That knight f6 loses, I think it wasn't so difficult to calculate. It's, of course, tempting to win the queen, but leads nowhere. So he's now probably testing if d takes on e4 gives him some chances.
But what was the problem again with taking on h4? Take on h4, queen h4. So what was the problem here?
No, maybe there's no problem. Maybe it's just good. Maybe it's just rook d7,
rook
yeah?
d7, yeah.
Yeah, maybe just play rook d7 and that's it. I just didn't want it, but maybe it's the right thing to do.
Because now there is no check on a4 with the queen.
Mm-hmm. There's no knight f6.
I mean, rook g1, everything is protected on d7.
I see there's some suggestion in the chat, by the way, king h8 also could be a move, by the way. That's a brilliant idea.
Actually, I was just removing from the check.
Yeah, it's a brilliant move, by the way. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, thanks, chat, of course, checking. I hope you're not using engine because, you know, we are looking at this position without engines. We're trying to figure it out. Of course, I can just do it one click, and I'm going to bring you all the answers, right? But we try to figure it out. Right. Yeah, I think you're right, Angelica. Yeah, knight h4, just take the rook. Maybe king h8, maybe rook d7.
There are many ideas right here. But here already
King
not
h8
the
looks the
only
cleanest.
one move. Yeah,
Yeah,
king
it's the
h8 is the cleanest, yeah.
Just no checks, no nothing. The pin remains.
You know, even if the other move is better, you know, sometimes engine can show, okay, the other move can be better, but, you know, if you just eliminate the threat from the opponent, it is just the best way to go for.
I mean, I've seen so many times ridiculous engine ideas, something like, you know, in this position, imagine. The strongest move according to engine is queen b6 plus 7, right? Who plays even like that, right? This is something you're not even looking at. So, of course, queen b6 is a ridiculous idea, but sometimes you get the point, right? It's suggesting something that you're not even looking at.
So, you know, while we are waiting for another back actually realizing what is the best way to go here, I would offer maybe we can look at the overall standings of the Grandmaster Triathlon Tournament.
Yeah, let's first check the results. So once again, you see, these are today's results, 3 draws. So it appeared to be initially quite a peaceful game until Quang Lien decided to sacrifice a pawn and try to fight back in the tournament. And also, here you see the current rankings in the classical tournament. So 2 games have been played, 3 leaders, 5.5 points each, Gukesh, Kamsky, and Nadic. But what really matters is this one, the overall ranking, and who is leading it.
Andrei Sipenko is still leading it, but I believe that after the last game can finish, the Le Quang Lien might even join and overtake Andrei. So for now, Andrei has 13 points totally. Afterwards is Gukesh with 12.5. On the 3rd place, Arkady Nadic, who actually started the Grandmaster Triathlon not very successfully in Chess 960, but after the warm-up, he managed to make it better, play better. And we have right now Le Quang Lien with 11 points on the 4th place, but this game will matter. And this game, in case he will manage to do it, if he manages to take this victory, he will be the sole leader of the GMT after round 2.
Very high stakes of this game, of course, because once again, to remind you, the scoring system of the GMT tournament, it's 4 points for the victory and just 1.5 for a draw. That's why it's really, really so important for all the players. Try to fight for the victory. Today, it was slightly peaceful, but sometimes the draw is all you can get from the game.
Yeah, and let's return now to the position. We can see that on the camera, Noderbeck, okay, is just taking his head, look how he's watching his position. He realizes that this knight f6, which probably he thought earlier should work, it's not really working, and he's looking for another way.
Yeah, he's looking for something else, but what? But what?
Yeah, that's a big question. You know, this idea of after knight h4, queen h4, and then taking on e4 with a check was a big one. So if he goes for our idea, taking on e4, it will, you know, basically change everything and eliminate the option to create some perpetual.
Right. Okay, it seems that the camera is a bit stuck. Just a second, let's try it. Unless he's really, really concentrated in this strange pose. Just a second, let's try to restart it. Here we go. Oh no, he's gone. Wait, can't be, right? Can't be. All right, what we are going to do now, either way, the game is still ongoing, and I think we might wait for it for a while to finish because Now where the game actually disappeared. Just a second.
Actually, we might have some interview now, I believe so.
Right. So let's make a very short break of a couple of minutes. Maybe we are going to get an interview here. 3-5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have more guests here with us in the studio. Hope you're having fun. Yeah, just don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
And we are back now to the studio together with Surya Ganguly. Welcome.
Hey,
Welcome,
thank
Surya.
you.
How are you doing? You're playing in the Masters tournament here.
Well, yeah, today I won. I was a bit lucky. But yeah, it was a long game, and in general, I enjoyed this tournament a lot. So I'm doing good.
You were also playing last year here.
Yeah, I try to play as many years as
Right.
possible here.
How many already?
I lost count completely.
Lost count.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
but I
many.
really like to play here.
Wow.
So
Is it your favorite open tournament?
one of the favorite. I like to walk around here. By now, I almost know all the restaurants, the nice places to walk, and everything. So yeah.
So maybe we can look a little bit at your game today. You played against a very strong female player,
Yeah.
Laura Onuk.
Yeah, definitely. So I did not expect this particular line, Bishop D2. Fedosiev played this with me in World Cup, and we got to this position. And I think she was expecting something like Bishop B7 or some other more popular move. I went Bishop D6 here with the idea to play Rook E8 next, stopping Knight E5. And this, as you can see, she thought for 12 minutes, so she was out of her preparation. So she wants to get Knight E5, and that's why she played Knight B5, and then eventually got on Knight to E5. And we got to the following position, so C5, castle. The typical idea is black wants to target here by actually giving pressure on the D4 pawn, because this knight with pawn on F4 is very solid. So what you want to do is you want to get Bishop B7, Knight C6, and try to give pressure here. That's what I was doing. And now, interestingly, if I would play A6 here, Knight C3, Knight C6, we are back to my game against Fedosiev, but I just have an extra tempo of pawn on A6. But I was not sure if this is ideal. So I kind of waited.
No, knight on b5 is not very dangerous.
Knight on b5 is not very dangerous. I mean, I would love to play this, but I think the idea she has in mind is the following. And take. That's the trick she has in mind, knight f5 and so on. So that's why I'm waiting, asking her, okay, show me your plan. She goes knight c3, and I play knight c6, again attacking on d4. So bishop b5. Yeah, somewhere around here I was actually quite comfortable with my position, although I was not sure how exactly I'm going to win. Then we got the following sequence. So I'm coming for her bishop, she takes, and we change everything on c6. Yeah, here I think I made a very bad decision. I believe I should not have taken on c3 immediately, just to do anything else but keep the knight here. But I got tempted with the following idea: take, and queen e5. So some kind of attack here, like let's say rook h6, bishop d6. But she could right away play e4. I was actually very worried about this move, because I don't see anything happening here. If rook h6, maybe just f4.
Immediately challenging the pawns.
Immediately
yeah?
challenging, and also, sorry, not that.
Not that.
Yeah, but also otherwise what to do? Yeah, if d4, then knight comes to d5, and next f4 is happening. So the best I could do here was pretend that I'm very confident. And
So
she
you put
played,
poker face.
that's my only hope, yeah, because after e4 I was already not sure how to continue. So rook e1. Now I played rook d8. Sorry, rook e1, rook d8, and she played rook cd1. I realized I have zero advantage, because sooner or later she's going to play e4, and absolutely no chance. And here something odd happened. I played rook c d6, and I went to washroom, and I was on the way back, I'm thinking, okay, I have no plans. I mean, she can do literally anything. And right at this moment, she blundered with e4. I mean, this was the only moment where it is not working. Because now I take, and of course she cannot take on e4 because I take on d1, and then at the end e4 hangs. And if she takes, which probably she had in mind, but, rook d6, and now suddenly there is mate on h2. And if she plays g3, I have f5.
So she gave up the pawn.
She gave up the pawn. I had completely dominating position, but somewhere here I started to drift a bit. I got my rook out. I wanted to create attack from third rank, but apparently there was nothing going on at this point. So g3. I mean, this position looks so good for me, but she started creating counter, and I actually didn't see. In fact, for example, here queen a8 is such a strong threat that if I make any other move, then I can get into trouble. But oops, wait, I lost it. So yeah, rook d8. I think rook e6 was okay. Not an expert here. Rook e6. The idea is now if queen a8, then look at my touch screen skill.
You have to drag. You have to drag.
I have to drag. Queen
Yes.
a8.
Because
Yeah.
it moves like, when you click in the chess based on some move, so it just brings some piece.
Right.
So,
So yeah, the point was, then I have rook e1 and I'm winning.
yeah.
So the queen is fixed, but anyhow, she.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, maybe.
So yeah, we got to a position like this. It's a very long game, by the way.
Yeah, we can see.
Knight g5 is coming, and already, for example, here she goes rook e1, and let's say if I play h4, rook goes to e8, and already rook into f8 is coming, and I'm just into huge trouble. So now the second phase of the game starts. I changed queens,
The conversion, yeah?
the conversion, but I think she had good chance. Rook d5. So I want to come to d2. And here I thought if I can try to get c4, it would be nice. So we got to the following endgame. I had absolutely no idea if I'm winning or not, but I would prefer to play black, obviously.
Of course. But it still feels like, white is holding with O4,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
3 pawns somehow trying.
Exactly. And I had to go a little bit passive here. I want to play g6, king g7, and slowly consolidate and then get bishop e7. And she opted for this very, very direct. I understand she is very scared of king g7 and bishop e7. So she goes for the rook pawn endgame. But now the problem is her rook cannot breathe. Yeah? If it goes out, then my rook gets free. And also this pawn structure is kind of...
And could she play like just remove rook somewhere and try to attack the pawn
yeah,
from
but then I
there?
start attacking all the way. Yeah? So like, let's say you go somewhere here, and then I just start attacking and actually
Yeah.
take it.
Yeah, like she cannot protect.
So the rook got stuck somewhere here. And here I kind of threaten that, okay, my rook is defending both the pawns, and I want my king on the queen side. So she goes rook e8 check. Here. I don't know how is this rook pawn endgame. I mean, I was sure she would play rook e4, and I have to show some technique. I feel it should be winning.
Some master class of
Somewhere, yeah, like rook c1, rook a1, somewhere it should be winning. But she thought for 3 minutes and she shocked me with this, like
Wow.
completely. And here there is a very direct variation. Okay, let's say king b4. I mean, it's just move to move, yeah? Not there.
Yeah, because
Definitely
it's
not there.
f8, yeah.
So let's say somewhere here. And we are queening together. So this does not work.
Together.
So king d5.
King d5, you had to go, yeah?
And I was very lucky to have two following moves. So one is if she plays f5, I can take, and I have this move f4. Take. And actually, in a way, I win because my pawn is on a7.
Yes, because
I have,
after a5 you have a6.
I have a6, yeah? And if you play this, then I give check and play a5. So she played king g5, king e6. Once again, if f5, I take and play f4.
So she immediately eliminated those.
She eliminated, but now I don't need that tempo. I'm not sure, but if I don't have f4, maybe this position is not winning. But okay, I have f4, and this I saw from a distance that, okay, if she takes, I go king f5.
Yeah, and it was
Very
really-
long game, completely unnecessary. I think I should have shown better technique. But yeah, I was very, very lucky when she blundered
This e4, yeah?
with e4, exactly. Without that, I don't think I had any chance whatsoever. Where was this e4? Yeah, somewhere here, yeah.
Yeah.
White has absolutely no problem in this position.
So you would say rather this moment, yeah, e4, this moment.
Also here e4, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
this e4 I was worried. I think this knight c3 is such a bad move. I was a bit impulsive here.
Okay, so there are some questions from the audience, they would like to know something from you.
Sure.
So is there is a question, if it's not a secret, are you a mentor to some of the Indian young talents? Can you share some information?
You mean right now, here? No.
Not necessarily here, but generally.
I worked with many of them, but no, not right now. I'm not professionally mentoring anyone. But okay, I do have my own online chess platform, Pro Chess Training. So yeah, I'm training there time to time. But yeah, not a full-time trainer.
Okay. So you're also in the part of Indian team, number 3, right?
Yes. Are you
For the
coming?
Olympiad.
Are you coming to Chennai?
No, unfortunately
Come
not.
on.
I have some better tournaments to play. Yeah, and it will be for the first time that so many teams are participating. The first time they allowed 2 teams for women, right?
Yes.
And you will have 3 teams for the open section.
Yeah. Actually, it also speaks about the strength of Indian team.
Yeah.
Like the third team, everybody is above 2600, and if I have not mistaken, the Indian team which won the bronze medal in Olympiad, Indian C team currently they have more rating than that team. So you can imagine, a couple of years back, this average rating had the Indian A team, and now it's already C team.
Incredible.
Yes.
And how do you feel yourself being one amongst other 25 players, from India playing?
I know, yeah. Like once upon a time, I used to be one of the youngest player in the team, and now already I feel like a dinosaur. But yeah, it's good. I'm eagerly looking forward to play in Chennai.
So you also played here in Biel the Chess 960 tournament, and you actually won it, right?
Yeah, this I won, yeah.
But it was your first Chess 960 tournament, or have you participated before? Did you practice?
No, no, absolutely first time. The thing is, I even had to ask a number of times during the game that if I know the rules correctly. No, seriously. So there was the starting position, white has king on b1 and rook on a1. Yeah.
So you didn't know what the castle.
No, I knew king comes to c1, rook comes to d1, but imagine there is a queen on d file. I don't know if I can set the position, but okay. Let's say king on b1, rook on a1. Yeah. And the d file is open, and I have queen on d file. Can white castle and attack my queen? This was my first question. I didn't know.
Because normally, if you castle, you cannot.
You
go
cannot,
through
yeah.
the
But here, apparently, you can. Then there was this funny moment. Same game. Okay, I asked the arbiter. Arbiter said, yes, you can. Then there was this other moment again. King on b1, rook on a1. I calculate a variation where everything gets changed, and my last move is bishop into d1. So white king b1, rook a1, and black has bishop on d1. Can he castle and take my bishop?
Probably not.
Yeah, so then I was told that, yeah, this is not allowed because, you know, you cannot capture and take. So there were many moments like this where I was not sure what is the exact rule. And I would go and then check with the arbiter, but it was huge fun.
So it
I never even played online Fischer Random, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, never.
So
not a
it
single
actually
game.
helped you when you paused the game, you know, you gained some time and you managed to.
No, I could not. I have to
Ah,
go
you
at
had
my
to
own
go.
time. Of course, opponent will not allow to pause. But yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your insights about the game, about insights about the Indian team for the Olympiad, and it's a pleasure to have you here at the
Thank
Biel
you.
Chess Festival. And good luck for your next games.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye. And we are again back to the studio together with Lek Van Liam, who just won in the second round his first victory in the classical event against Noderbek Abdusatorov. Congratulations!
Thank you.
So how did you feel before this game preparing? Did you know that you have to try to push for a victory, to get these 4 points, which is very important in classical?
Yeah, well, first of all, I was a bit upset after yesterday. I blundered a pawn very, in a very bad way and lost the game. So I knew today would be my chance to come back. And I just wanted to get a game. I wasn't really trying too hard with black. I think my opponent is very good. Also, he's the rapid world champion. So, of course, if he wants to make a draw, then I'm not gonna have too many chances. But I was sure he would try to play for a win. He was white, and also he wanted to bounce back from yesterday. So we got a very interesting game.
But he is a world rapid champion, but you won rapid tournament in Biel, you know. Okay, so maybe we can look at your game, maybe some insights about it from your side.
Yeah, so it wasn't much from the beginning. I think maybe the critical moment was here when he played this move G3, the first critical moment of the game, because here G3 is a very committal move because first of all he wanted to play F4 and open up the king side, but he allowed me to play this move H4, which kind of damaged his pawn structure. So he was a pawn up here, but he doesn't have F4 anymore, and I have this H5 square for my knight. So I think I have very good compensation here.
Sorry, so what do you think then instead of G3 could have tried to play something like H4?
Yeah, perhaps H4 first and then G3, F4, and the game would be still right equal here. Yeah.
So he allowed this G4, H4 to play for you, and now.
Yeah, so my knight's coming to H5.
So you think he here probably he saw that you're immediately going, and he missed maybe this knight f6 idea.
No, I don't really think there isn't anything concrete here. Just general idea that the knights are dominating the king side. I'm sure he saw this, but maybe he overestimated his chances because it looks like he also has some attack here.
Because like after knight f4, for example,
Maybe
there is
knight G2,
immediate knight
yes,
g2,
right.
and knights are not connected yet.
Right. And if he can trade this, then maybe he can get f4 and he could be okay here.
Yeah, but the knight f6 was very strong, of course.
Yeah. And then when he got this h5, it was pretty interesting position, very complicated, and we were both kind of low on time. So it was hard to evaluate this, but I had an idea that I could just allow him to exchange the h-pawn for my g-pawn. And although he is up a pawn, but my two knights are really dominating the position. And here there are so many tactics, so many possibilities. I'm not sure if I can say about all of them, but I'll give you an example here. So when he played this move, rook g4, and I went knight h5. Here I was calculating this line. I think knight d2 was the best move for white to defend f3. And then I was trying to make this work. Knight c2, queen d3. And then knight f1 is only move for white. Rook f3. And at first I thought I had to be winning here because I had 3 pawns for the knight, and also his king is very weak. If queen g2, there's knight f4. But the problem is, here he can just take this pawn. And I was just shocked that there was no win here. I couldn't find anything. For example, check, king g1. And here queen f3. I don't have time for queen f3 because of queen e7. Oh, sorry. Yeah, queen f3. Oh, yeah, queen e7. And this is actually losing for black. So I have to go like maybe rook d7. But that, oh, sorry. Maybe rook d7, yeah. And then he has something like knight e3. Yeah, that knight is okay. Yeah, that knight is okay too. Yeah, and I don't see how to continue my attack here. I suppose I'm not worse because maybe I can trade the queens and play on. But yeah, so I spent quite a lot of time there trying to make that work. I couldn't, but luckily he played this knight f5, and I think he miscalculated something here. But this is a very interesting position because at first it looks like black is winning, and then he played this move knight h5. I kind of expected it, but my original idea was knight takes h4 here, queen takes h4, and I thought I had e takes d3, and at first I thought it was winning for black, but then I saw this rook g1. And I actually have to be careful here. I may even lose. So I think I have to take here, d2, and then he can go. Okay, he can force a draw with knight f4 and perpetual check, but he can also go knight g3, king, let's say g8, queen g4, king h8, and then queen d1. And I wasn't sure if it's so good for black because okay, the knight will come to e4 or f1 and take the pawn. So I wasn't sure if I was okay here. And luckily, this was after the first time control.
Yeah, it was very lucky
yeah.
that you have already.
Exactly. So if this wasn't on move 41, then I don't think I would have been able to find this move, because I think I spent almost 20 minutes here, and I only spotted this move, Queen h6, in the last few minutes. And yeah, at first I was trying everything. Knight h4 doesn't, didn't really like it. e3 doesn't work because of check, and then Queen f3, and then Queen e3, and my king is too exposed. So that doesn't work also. And then yeah, same thing. If ED, knight f6, king g8, rook g4. So nothing really working for black here. And then I spotted this very nice move, queen h6. And the key point is what happened in the game. I can sack the queen, and h3 is weak. So here I think it's already losing for white. But this move is, I'm really proud of this move. It's one of the nicest moves I have ever found.
Yeah, we already were discussing, if it was a puzzle on chess.com, how many rating, this puzzle would have been, because it's absolutely logical. Yeah, putting the queen somewhere where you don't want to give, giving up the queen, but
yeah, it's a prophylactic move because first of all, you want to cover this, and also, yeah, like for example, I think queen c5, I can even play a move like king h8. And it's another prophylactic move, so that I don't run into some checks here. And I can take the rook anytime I want. Queen c7, I don't need to take the rook now because of queen e5. I can play a move like rook c8, and still there is nothing for white. Or maybe I can actually play, I don't know. Yeah, rook c8 looks good. Yeah, rook c8 should be winning here. Because, yeah, he has big problems here with the pieces. So, yeah, after queen h6, I didn't see any way to defend for white.
so you didn't look at any other moves were not working here instead of knight f6. There was no way for white here.
Yeah, at least I didn't see it. I'm not sure if you found something with the computer, but I tried to calculate a little bit here, like rook g1. I also tried this move, and then I think again king h8 is very strong. Or I can
going
also
away
take,
from all these checks. Yeah.
I can also take and go king h8, but also this move should be pretty good for black.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe just let's see how the game finished, because actually at this moment we had another interview.
Yeah,
So
so he went
he's-
there, I took. Yeah, and the key thing is there's no way to defend h3. So for example, if he takes on c5, then I just go rook c8.
Yeah.
And I am threatening here, and there's no way for white to defend. Like he can maybe do like this, rook g7. Yeah, I was calculating something like this, and I think it should be winning here.
Yeah, it looks like.
So, yeah, so he took here. I'm not sure if he missed rook h8 and rook f8 or not, but it was losing anyway, I think. Yeah, if I don't have rook f8, then maybe he still has some chances to hold in the rook endgame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here your rook king f1 doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just take the queen and be up a knight. So.
Yeah. Very nice game. You were coaching, at the Webster University. So how can you combine together? Which ambitions do you have as a chess player? Since you're in a way coach, and usually when people say, okay, when the coach activity is starting, you're less paying attention to your own chess.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't consider myself as a full-time chess player nowadays. I have a lot of responsibilities at Webster University. I recruit students and work with them also. So, but I do like to play chess, and I do enjoy all the tournaments that I play. And I think it's kind of fun for me. And when you don't have much pressure, maybe you can perform better. So far it has been working well for me, and I think I just try to focus on the games and not think too much about the results. There are still many games left.
So what are your plans after the Biel? Will you be playing in the Olympiad?
No, I'm not playing Olympiad this year because Vietnam doesn't have a team in the open section. So I'll just come back to Webster and again be the coach there, and maybe I'll try to find some other tournaments later on.
So you don't have yet plans for the tournaments,
No,
yeah?
nothing concrete yet.
Okay. So now actually after this victory, you are getting back to the actually leading the tournament. How do you feel about it? Or you still think, okay, a lot of fights still to see?
Yeah, there are still so many games, so I don't think I can rest with this win. So obviously it's nice to be back in the lead, and I think I have a 2-point lead, right?
Yes.
So it's really nice, but I still need to win a few more games to win the tournament, and I'm gonna try that.
So there will be also Blitz in a couple of days. Are you also ready for Blitz?
Yeah, always.
Always.
I like to play Blitz. So
Yes.
yeah.
What is your favorite time control in chess? Like,
I think Rapid is nice. Blitz is fun, but I don't put too much. Pressure because blunder a lot in Blitz, and everyone does. So, yeah. So classical and Rapid, I like to play it because I like to think and try to play good chess.
so classical and rapid is for chess, and Blitz is for fun.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Le Quang. It was a pleasure to have you here. Incredible game, incredible move, Queen H6, and this game was found by you. Thank you. Good luck for tomorrow, and yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
And we're back. We're back. That was Le Quang Liem, the leader of the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament. He right now has scored 15 points and played really, really well game, and pretty much, if I dare to say, made a very nice comeback after the disappointing loss yesterday.
Yeah, incredible performance from him in rapid. Yesterday he blundered, and that was not so expected from him. But he comes back with a victory. So maybe it's time for us to see the standings. First of all, maybe the results of the today's round number 2 of the classical section of the GMT.
So it's 3 draws. Basically, the first 3 games that finished in a draw were Domarai Gukesh against Naidic. Gukesh tried to get something in the opening, didn't really work out. Naidic was well prepared. Some inaccuracies allowed Azerbaijani grandmaster to find a quick draw by trefoiled repetition. Yesipenko also offered the trefoiled repetition against Salem Saleh, who didn't find anything else, as he said in the post-game interview. Gatakamsky against Winston Keimer was a very interesting off-speed Sicilian. He tried some sort of Grand Prix attack, but the young German was up to the task. And finally, of course, it was the only decisive game today where Le Quang Liem took his chances, used the inaccuracies made by his young opponent, and was able to score a very, very important victory in the round. So here's the current standings in the classical tournament.
Yeah, we are having Gukesh leading together with Kamsky and Naidic. This is only the classical tournament with 5.5 points, so 1 win and 1 draw, followed with Le Quang Liem with 1 victory. But it's not the most important, because we have the overall rankings, what really matters, because we have to recall we already played the rapid section.
So Le Quang Liem reclaims the lead in the overall rankings. He has now 15 points, 2-point lead over Andrei Yesipenko. If we speak in a simple chess language, I think it's slightly more than a half a point, because again, remember, for a draw you get 1.5 points, for the victory is 4. Behind Yesipenko is the Domarai Gukesh, who today was unable to score 2700. However, as it was revealed in the commentary by former world champion Vishy Anand, this is not the only goal for Gukesh. He's going to simply reach 2700 and then he's going to continue to march forward.
Yes, Gukesh also said in the interviews that it was not really a big pressure for him before this game. Of course, he knew that 2700 is somewhere near, but it doesn't have to be exactly today, exactly after this game against Najdic. So there is still a huge chance for him scoring 2700 in this tournament in Biel.
Right, so you see then there's also 4 other players trailing the leading 4. Of course, it's Najdic with 11.5, Nodirbek Abdusatorov 9, Salem Saleh in the half points, Vincent Kamra with 8. But also Gata Kamsky's chances are not maybe completely hopeless because yesterday he won the first game, and if he's going to keep coming back and scoring more victories, maybe he also might have some chances to fight for something here.
Yes, exactly, because as we could see before, he is the leader of the classical section, so anything can happen, and we know for victory there are 4 points. It's much more than rapid, and of course 4 times more in the blitz. What a day, Arturs, today.
What a day, what a day. So maybe very quickly also I think we have to show to you the current live stream schedule, which is here, because we are about to wrap up our broadcast. You see that every day, basically, except of the next Monday and of course the final round, we're coming back at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. So the next round will be held tomorrow, round 3 of the Grandmaster Triathlon, 2 p.m. Central European Time. We are going to be back, Angelika, me. Then on Sunday, we are going to have a blitz, shorter stream on Monday, and then the action will resume on Tuesday with the Grandmaster Triathlon.
And we have 2 rounds of the classical set of the Grandmaster Triathlon here in the Biel Chess Festival so far. We have somehow 4 draws and 4 victories, and 4 victories with black pieces.
It's actually pretty impressive, right, so far. I guess we are going to see if this trend is going to continue. But for now, we are saying goodbye to you. Thanks again for everybody watching. It was amazing receiving your questions in the chat. Please continue watching us. Don't forget to come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Thanks again for watching us. Have a great evening. We are saying goodbye to you.